All right, I'd like to welcome everybody to the regular city council meeting for the city of Galt for September the 16th, 2025. I will now call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu.
Here.
Councilmember Pratton.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Farmer.
Here. If everyone could please stand and join us for a silent prayer followed by a flag salute. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tina, can you please read our replay statement?
This meeting of the Galt City Council is recorded with closed captioning. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replaced Friday, September 19th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, September 20th at 9 a.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14.
All right, thank you. I don't know if the mic seems really loud. I don't know if IT can, if you're listening, if we can maybe do something on my mic, it's super loud. Anyways, moving on to item B, agenda approval, additions or deletions. Do we have any this evening? No? All right. Moving on to item C, presentations. First presentation is going to be from the Beautification Committee for their annual report for fiscal year 24 and 25.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Jenny Carloni, Community Development Director. The Beautification Committee members could not be here tonight, so I am reading their statement on their behalf. Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's my pleasure to present the council with the Beautification Committee annual report for fiscal year 24-25. The report outlines the committee's responsibilities and activities. The Beautification Committee's mission is to enhance, restore, and beautify the city of Galt by advocating a high standard of community involvement, cleanliness, maintenance, and attractiveness. The purpose and function of the Beautification Committee is to act as an advisory committee to the City Council and make recommendations on projects designed to maintain and improve the public areas within Galt. This year, we focused on consistent road and area cleanups, home of the month, business of the month, and received nominations and input from the citizens through our email. We participated in citywide cleanup for Earth Day and assisted code enforcement and Galt PD with different cleanups throughout the year. I'd like to thank the fellow committee members for their efforts. Paige Lampson, Amy Sandu, Darlene Brown, and Olivia Del Grande. That concludes the Beautification Committee report to council. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does council have any comments or questions? I guess there's nobody to really answer questions, but comments? All right, well, I just want to say thanks to the people who are not here at the Beautification Committee. We appreciate what you do, and I started out on the Beautification Committee many, many years ago before I got involved in other things, and I think it's kind of an overlooked committee, but I think it's very important what they do in the community, keep it looking nice and clean. So thank you to those folks. Moving on to item D, public comment. Tina?
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments. Except for brief responses to questions, no discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Consistent with the City Council procedural guidelines, the mayor reserves the right to shorten the time limit for speakers to ensure the efficient and timely completion of all city business on the agenda. Mary Valerga Hood.
council members. I live at 868 Burnell Road, 32-year Galt resident. I just wanted to offer a clarification of something that occurred at last month's meeting regarding the Fairway Oaks subdivision. There was a comment from council regarding that it was those members in the audience who were to blame for bringing the situation forward, and that is not a fact. So the situation of Fairway Oaks and the Cornell closing and all of that was brought forward because of the May 29th meeting that went way haywire and was out of control. It was screaming and shouting, which was very unprofessional. Then it was meeting with certain residents and not inviting other residents to meetings about the closure of the road. And it just needs to be above board. We need to follow the rules and regulations. But it was also, as council members, to not represent all citizens and to point out that some of the citizens are at fault for bringing something forward that was truthful and factual was really hurtful. And so I just wanted that clarification that what was stated, the facts are May 29th started the spiral, then meeting with one group of residents and not inviting the other residents, not following municipal code and state code. All of those led to our persistence on making sure we did the things correctly. So it was not trouble from the audience. It was facts being followed through and taken care of because we care about our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hood. No more public comment? Okay. Just a reminder that if you're here to speak on a particular agenda item, you can fill out a card on the left or right in the back and bring it up to the city clerk, stating your name and what agenda item you wish to speak on. So moving on to item E, reports by city council members on regional boards, commissions, and committees. We'll start with Mr. Pratt.
All right, I just have one commission. September 10th, I attended the Sacramento Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. It was a pretty quiet meeting. I don't think we had a single person in the crowd that night. It's usually pretty busy. So it was pretty light, pretty quiet. We did go over the audit summary for the year and a couple other light items, nothing major. So that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This time I'm going to report. I did join that meeting in Sacramento, South Sacramento Conservation Agency meeting. It was held in September 15. And there was one agenda item, adoption of 2025 mitigation fee schedule for South Sacramento Habitat Conservation. There was a slight increase in the fee, and I have a question. Some other council member have, other board member have a question, but staff have a very compelling evidence we need a little bit increase. So we did adopt that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Reed?
I have nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
On September 8th, I attended the Policy and Innovation Committee with SACOG. Again, kind of like what LAFCO, I think everybody's going through some fiscal things right now, just finishing things up. So we approved and heard some updates about the SACOG finances. We did hear an update from our advocacies, our lobbyists in DC and Sacramento. It was a little interesting because there's been a question as whether or not our existing transportation grants are going to still be funded, and they finally got the go-ahead that they will be, so that's very good news, so that we don't have to reapply for those. We can actually apply for new transportation grants. And speaking of those, apparently right now we're supposed to be focusing on new applications for federal grants, so I don't know if Galt was able to jump in there or not, but we might want to just kind of keep our ear to the ground because the other conversation was about preparing for the next cap-to-cap visit and what they are planning to address at that next cap-to-cap. So I'm personally going to kind of keep close attention to it to watch and see how maybe Galt can either jump in on that for this coming year or learn everything so that the following year we can advocate for ourselves a little bit more locally to get onto the big ticket in DC the following time. So other than that, that was about it. I will be attending an all-day board retreat in about a week for SACOG where they'll be doing a lot of planning and a lot of talk about that. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Myself, I attended our quality of life ad hoc. The vice mayor and I are the members on that. And for those of you who don't know what that is, we meet quarterly with the police chief, the city attorney, and city manager, and sometimes other staff. Basically, just kind of brainstorming on items that could be of concern to quality of life, things that could be brought back to council for agenda items or such. And it was a good discussion. We typically talk about public safety, and we do talk about issues with homeless concerns and a lot of other, whatever the issues are at the time. So it was very productive. I don't have anything specific to report, but I think we had some good ideas and I think we're on a good track moving forward with some of the things we discussed. So, and then last week I attended the youth commission meeting. And we swore in our new youth commissioners. We got 12 new commissioners. It's a great group of kids, very, very intelligent kids. And it's just great to see how the youth commission has expanded from a small, I think it was 8 people before, and now it's 12. And we talked about the year ahead and some of the things we're going to be doing. So it's going to be a great year for the youth commission. I think they're going to make a big splash in the community. And I want to thank the people that are the mentors. We're still short one mentor, so if you know anybody that would be, or yourself or anybody you know would be a great mentor for youth, we're needing one more additional adult mentor for the Galt Youth Commission. So you can see the city clerk, or you can look online to apply. With that, I think that's all I had to report. So we will move on to item F, which is our information consent calendar. It is recommended that items 1 through 3 be acted upon simultaneously unless a separate discussion and/or action is required by a council member. Item 1 is going to be the receive and file warrants for the period ending September the 4th, 2025. Item 2 is going to be the minutes of the regular meeting from September 2nd, 2025. And item 3 is the Station 46 grant deed. Do I have anybody want to remove or questions, pull any item from consent? I'm actually going to pull item F3 just for a quick clarification. So with that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve items 1 and 2.
Moved.
Actually, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment regarding the consent?
No public.
Okay, sorry, but looking for a motion to approve 1 and 2.
Move.
Moved by Councilmember Reed,
Second.
seconded by the Vice Mayor. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Pratton,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Farmer.
Aye. Items 1 and 2 approved 5-0. So my question on item 3, I know what this is, obviously we've been working on this for a while, but I just wanted to clarify. I just skirted this item because I was focused on some of our bigger items in the agenda, but I'm assuming that the paragraph regarding the right of reverter exemption is referring to if CSD was to discontinue using the property as fire service for Galt, that it would revert back to our ownership. I just want to clarify for the record that that language is in there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there's a right of reverter that's in favor to the city that basically says that if the district were to cease to use or abandon the property for fire suppression services, that it won't satisfy the designated purpose for that property, and therefore it would revert back to the city. And that language is in there.
Okay. I know I asked you, Chris, on that, and you said it was, but I just wanted to clarify on the record because I'm a little gun shy of things missing. So anyways, so with item, any council have questions or comments regarding that item? Any public comment regarding F3? No? Okay. All right, looking for a motion to approve item F3 on the consent.
I'll move to approve as stated.
All right, moved by Councilmember Pratton, seconded by Councilman Reed. Have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Pratton.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Farmer.
Aye. Item 3 is approved 5-0. All right, moving on to item G. Scheduled matters, notice of public hearing. First item we have this evening is going to be the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the Summerfield at Twin Cities Design Review Project Architecture Application. And I have a script here. Give me a moment. I've heard of this. You know, you're getting old when you have to have multiple glasses. All right. So this item this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of Lennar's design review application for the Summerfield at Twin Cities project. This appeal hearing is being conducted pursuant to the authority contained in section 18.68.050 through section .060 of the Galt Municipal Code, as well as other procedural requirements. My role as the mayor will be to act as the presiding officer over this hearing. City Council's role in this matter is to decide whether to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny Summerfield's application for design review or to sustain the appeal, i.e. approve the design review application. The contents of the appeal and its supporting evidence are before the council this evening. Before I proceed, I would like any council members to disclose whether you did any site inspections and or general nature of any additional information you wish to disclose to or prior to this hearing from the appellant that is not otherwise contained in the record before us tonight. So with that, I think some of us did. Anybody want to start? Tim?
I'll start. So this last Friday, I met with the 3 gentlemen from Lennar Homes, and I toured several homes in the Elk Grove area. I know that originally they wanted to go to Natomas, but unfortunately my schedule didn't provide for that, so they were gracious enough to meet me halfway, and we toured several houses throughout Elk Grove.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, I actually met with, I believe, 3 gentlemen from Lennar up at the Natomas site, where one of the floor plans that's going to be here in Galt, they have up there. And so after speaking with them and going through a very large design packet, we walked through that home. And then I had a follow-up conversation with them just a couple of days ago.
All right. Councilman Pratton?
I did also go up to Natomas and toured one house up there. I think there was a follow-up email, nothing major. That's pretty much all I've done to follow up on the initial. But I have read the packet, I have read the information. I am prepared to discuss it tonight.
Okay. Vice Mayor Sandu, anything?
Yeah, same thing. I did met with the Lennar representative in my office. We have a short conversation. I asked them like their state of mind, and I told them what, and then that's the very short conversation with them. And that's it.
All right. I actually went with Mr. Councilman Pratton to Natomas and met with, I believe it was 3 or 4, I forget, at least 3 gentlemen there. And we did tour the one of the models that was being proposed to be built here in this project. So we got a tour of the inside. It was a pretty thorough tour, I would say. We also were shared some packet information, which we have all been presented with. And other than that, I sent a follow-up email today, which looks like I get a response back. I have not looked at it closely, but I just requested some clarification on some square footages and some additional information. But that's it. So presentation of staff report is next. So I will now open the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. And I will ask, I guess, Ms. Carloni, will you be doing the staff report? All right, please proceed.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight's item is a design review appeal for the Summerfield at Twin Cities by Lennar Homes. The project is a 58-acre residential subdivision. It was first approved by the council in 2020 and then annexed into the city limits in 2022. It includes 204 single-family lots. The development has an HOA and a private park within the development and also private open space. A bit of background here. In 2020, the project was conditioned with a condition of approval A20, which required executive-style housing. That terminology was not defined at the time. The previous developer of the site, Homes by Town, applied to modify condition A20 back in 2022. The Planning Commission denied the application. Homes by Town then appealed to the council, and the council sustained that appeal, and therefore A20 was removed. So the executive-style housing requirement was removed in 2022. So as a reminder tonight, executive-style housing is not a requirement of the current Lennar Homes proposal. Lennar Homes took ownership of the site in early 2025. They brought 2 workshops to the community and the public for opportunities to provide comments on the design prior to their official application. Lennar made a variety of revisions to the design, which included brick veneer, additional pathways, increased color schemes based on the community feedback. Lennar then submitted their formal application to the Planning Department, and the Planning Commission considered their design review on June 12th. The Planning Commission did deny that design review application due to the reasons here on the slide. The Planning Commission ruled that the proposed materials, garage door width, et cetera, did not stand out from existing neighborhood designs, and that was part of their denial. Lennar then filed an appeal and requested the City Council uphold that appeal to approve the architecture as shown tonight in your design review packet, which is the reason for the meeting this evening. So looking at Summerfield Design carefully, there are 2 different product lines. The first is Cedar Glen here on the slide. There are 5 different floor plans. They range from 2,600 to 3,300 square feet. There are 4 2-story plans and 1 single-story plan. They have a variety of exterior designs, including California Ranch, Craftsman, and American Farmhouse. Each style has 3 color schemes. There are 3D renderings of these designs in your packet, page A59, to give you a better sense of the massing and styling. In the design packet, you can also see the modifications Lennar made. There's an old design versus the new design, so you can see the changes over time for what's being proposed tonight. The second product is Cedar Grove. There are four floor plans ranging from 2,000 to 2,400 square feet. There are 2 single-story plans and 2 2-story plans. Cedar Grove has California Ranch, progressive Monterey, and modern farmhouse design styles. And again, 3D renderings can be found on page A4. All of the design specifics for both of these product lines are in your packet this evening. Staff has determined that the proposed architecture meets the requirements of Galt Municipal Code and the general plan. Several revisions have been made to the plans, as I previously discussed, including swapping 2 stories and single-story side-facing third-car garages, which was a specific requirement of the request of the Planning Commission. Lennar is also adding additional enhancements to these designs that are not common in their other communities in California. So with that, staff recommends the City Council sustain the appeal for Summerfield Design Review, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, Frank, do we need to, are we okay to ask Jenny questions now, or do I need to move on to the appellant presentation?
You can ask any questions now and then move on to the appellants, and then you have an opportunity to ask them both as well.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and give the council an opportunity to ask her questions, maybe clarifying questions or anything. But I think I want to save the bulk of the, and get into too deep a discussion until we have the appellant give their part. So
I have a question on one of your slides. I think it was like the third or fourth one where it talks about what the Planning Commission said. It was, I think, pertaining to the garage door sizes right there. And it says that on the second one, it says the front door widths failed to exceed the design of existing neighborhoods. That word exceed the design, is that anywhere in our conditions or, I mean, I just thought that was interesting wording.
I don't believe that's in part of our conditions. It was just a request to make the development stand out more, and those were the specific words they used, but I do not believe it was in the conditions.
Okay, that's it.
I think, I would actually like to use this opportunity just to add a little, because I know there's a lot of people here that are probably not aware of what this project is. So showing a little background. So this, I know Ms. Carloni gave a kind of a timeline real quick. This project came to the council in 2020. The vice mayor and I were on that council at the time. The council approved that project under the first ownership, and it was approved on a 4-1 vote, and it went forward, and then it came back under the second owner, which was Town Homes, in 2022 for an appeal. They went to the Planning Commission to, and just to give a little point of reference here, so basically Town Homes came and they were asking to change the original specifics were that certain percentages, I believe it was 5 different categories, like 25% was going to be this square footage of home, 25% this, and so on and so forth. And they came to us and felt like that that wasn't going to work good with what they felt the market was looking for at the time. Basically, a statement from that gentleman was, under the current conditions, we would have to build at least 40% of the homes to be 2-story, which we don't feel like matches buyer preference at this time. So with that, there was a deliberation with the council, and there was a request to reduce the square footages of some of the houses. The result of that conversation ended with a couple motions, but the motion that prevailed was to allow a minimum square footage of, so we broke it, actually only demanded 3 categories. So 50% of the homes were specified to be of certain square footages, tier 1, 2, and 3. And then the other half were basically going to be at the discretion of the developer, with the stipulation that a minimum of 2,000 square feet had to be met. So that's kind of where it went, and then it changed ownership to Lennar Homes, where we are currently at now. Lennar came back to planning, went through planning, I believe, 3 times to get architecture approved without success. And because of that, they have exercised their right to appeal this process to the city council, as was done in 2022. I do want to state, though, for the record, for those that are haven't been following this, that it was mentioned by Ms. Carloni that the word executive homes, even though probably would not have been relevant anyways, but I do want to state that the word executive homes was removed from the condition A20 when it came back, and then was put on the consent calendar, and for unknown reasons, which we still don't know today why that was done, staff that was a part of that are not here anymore. So unfortunately, it's a little bit of an aggravation for some of us council members, because although it might have not, it was a subjective term to start with, let's just say that the council did not specify that that word get removed, just for the public knowledge. I just want to state that on the record. So anyways, with that said, we're going to move on, and we're going to allow the appellant to give their presentation. So.
She has it. Jenny.
Good evening, Mayor Farmer, Vice Mayor Sandu, council members, Chad Roberts at Hefner Law. Excuse me. On behalf of Lennar Homes of California, LLC, here tonight with our project team, Larry Gualco, Senior Vice President at Lennar, Sean McDiarmid, Director of Forward Planning for Lennar, Pierre Martini is Senior Project Manager, and the project architect, Jeff Addison. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I just want to thank Jenny for her presentation and staff generally, Chris, Amy, Jenny, Kristen, your city attorney's office, Frank and Olivia for getting us here this evening. We sincerely appreciate everyone's efforts. And before I forget, I just want to note that in looking at the slides that Jenny put up there, I think this projector isn't quite showing color, so if you want to see what some of these elevations look like in the renderings, you're probably better off looking at the packets that I think you have with you tonight. And Mayor Farmer, thank you for your framing of the history here. By way of background, I just want to add a couple things, and perhaps this is obvious. Lennar was not the original applicant back in 2020. Lennar was also not the applicant to modify the conditions of approval in 2022. Lennar acquired this project in December of 2024. Lennar presented to the Planning Commission twice during workshops in March and April, I believe, and then again at a hearing this June. This is obviously an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial for the reasons set forth in the letter that is attached to your agenda packet this evening. Since the Planning Commission denial, Lennar has worked with staff to process design and construction plans at risk. This has been delayed for a couple months because of the Planning Commission's decision, but if your council were to sustain the appeal this evening, which we certainly hope you will, Lennar would be prepared to commence construction this coming Monday. We think Summerfield is going to be a special project. We think it's going to be very well received in the market. Lennar is thrilled to be building homes in Galt and to be a part of this community. Since the Planning Commission hearing, we've received feedback that it didn't seem like we were taking the feedback that was given to us seriously, and we certainly regret that perception and apologize that it exists. But I hope you'll see in the presentation and the slides that follow that Lennar has taken all the feedback we've received very seriously. It's all been evaluated with the project architect, with Lennar's marketing team, with Lennar's land development team. And we've worked really closely with staff, and we really appreciate all staff's efforts to make enhancements to the project architecture and design. We're very proud of it. Jeff Addison, the project architect, is going to walk you through that in a couple of minutes here. But at a high level, I just want to highlight a couple of the enhancements that have been made. Additional finishes like stone, brick veneer, lap siding, additional entry tower elements, varied roof pitches, added front porches, updated front doors and garage doors, and added windows. Other changes included added and enhanced walkways on all homes from sidewalk to front door, and the addition of an additional single-story floor plan. All right, I'll get to my first slide here. This is a site plan of the project. I'll be quick here. It's a 58-acre gated subdivision. There are 204 home sites across the two product lines that Jenny mentioned, Cedar Glen and Cedar Grove. There are 102 homes in each. Mayor Farmer, to your point, condition of approval A20 prescribed minimum home sizes within specified ranges. That first range was 2,000 to 2,399 square feet. Condition required 33 homes within this range, and there will be 53. The next range was 2,400 to 2,599 square feet. Again, the condition prescribed 33, and there will actually be 49 of these. The last range was 2,600 to 3,700. Like the other ranges, the condition required 33 homes within this range, and there will actually be 102. Roughly 1/3 of the homes will be 1 story, and the rest will be 2 stories. We think this is responsive to what the market wants. I can provide a breakdown for each plan type as desired. Smallest lot size here is 6,510 square feet. Typical lot size is 65 by 105. The largest home site is a little bit less than 13,000 square feet. This project is centered around that private park you see there in the middle. We'll have amenities like a turf area, barbecues, benches, permanent foosball, permanent ping pong, and children's play structures. On the northern side of the project, you'll see there's 7.9 acres of open space that include wetlands and a detention basin. As you all know, an HOA will maintain all common area features, including entry monumentation, landscaping, gates, the park, internal streets, and really significantly to us in terms of preserving the quality of this subdivision over time, all front yard landscaping. In terms of price point, this is a question we get a lot, and with the caveat that these prices are preliminary and subject to change based on market conditions. We anticipate the Cedar Glen product line would start in the low and go to the high sevens, and the Cedar Grove product line would be priced in the mid to high sixes, at least to start. Yeah, that slide is a little bit messed up. I apologize for that, but the slide depicts, and you do have this rendering in your packet if you want to see a clean version of it, but this depicts the front gate with monumentation landscaping. We're really proud of how this turned out, and candidly, staff had a lot to do with how this turned out. We think this will provide a unique sense of place for residents of Summerfield, and again, despite our focus on the exterior of all these homes, this is really what the community is going to see of the project, being a gated community. Leave this up for a second, but along those lines, one of the things that we think is lost when we focus on the exterior of the homes is, and just the design review elements, is just how beautiful these homes actually are. And it's really impossible to tell that story without seeing what's inside, which is why we invited everyone to North Lake to see the model home there. We know that the interiors don't have anything to do with design review, but we did want to share a quick video of the interior of one of the plans that Lennar is planning to construct. This is the North Lake model that several of you saw. Oh, thank you very much. This is currently modeled at another Lennar project called North Lake, which is in Natomas. And the video is less than 2 minutes, so if technology cooperates, we would love to share that with you. And while we're waiting for this to load, I would just point out that the home that is modeled in North Lake is actually a couple hundred square feet smaller than the one that is proposed to be built at Summerfield. This model you'll see here has a covered second story patio, whereas in the plan that's proposed for Summerfield, that would be an enclosed retreat off of the owner's suite upstairs. Give this another minute. Great. This here is part of the next gen suite that is part of this larger model, which is Lennar's home within a home, which is great for multi-generational living or college student. That patio you see there off the owner's suite is what would be enclosed in the model at Galt. Thank you for indulging me and taking a look at that. We just want to share that we think these are really beautiful homes. They're special homes. We think they're going to make a really great community in Summerfield. I'm going to invite Jeff Addison up here to walk you through the project architecture and design. I would like to remind you that we're all available to answer any questions you might have, and sincerely appreciate the opportunity to address you thus far.
I do have a quick question again. So it was Chad Roberts, right?
Correct.
So just want to clarify, are you the actual attorney for Lernar?
I am.
You're the.
I'm with Hefner Law. I represent
Right.
Lamar Homes in
So
California.
you are the author of the legal letter that we got attached to the. Is that
That's correct. I wrote that letter. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Addison with Kevin Crook Architect, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the architecture on this project this evening. Here we go. So just from a big picture standpoint, these are traditional architectural styles. There's 5 styles total, 9 plans total. And as you guys know, there's 2 product lines, Cedar Grove and Cedar Glen. There's three styles for each floor plan. There's also three color schemes for each one of the plans. One thing to keep in mind too is that we've designed enhanced elevations for lots that have exposed edges, exposed on the public side from streets. So corner lots, and also if there's a rear elevation that's visible, those also have enhanced elevations as well. I also wanted to mention that these do all have 9-foot ceiling heights, so kind of above the standard 8-foot ceiling height. Just big picture wise, Cedar Grove is 2018 to 2476 square feet, 3 to 4 bedrooms, and 2 and 3 car garages. Cedar Glen is 2673 to 3308 square feet, 3 to 4 bedrooms, and again, 2 to 3 car garages. There is 2 single-story plans in Cedar Grove and 2 two-story plans in Cedar Grove. There's 1 single-story plan in Cedar Glen and 4 two-story plans in Cedar Glen. One thing I wanted to talk about a little bit on this slide that you're seeing up here right now, I think it illustrates, just from an overall neighborhood design standpoint, you can kind of see that we've got 2 single-story plans here. I think good neighborhood design, you always want to have a variety of massing, and what we tried to do in this community is basically have a variety of roof forms and a variety of plans that are single-story and 2-story. So you can kind of see on the left-hand side, that roof form is kind of shedding side to side. The plan adjacent to it that's 2-story is kind of more front to back gable. The plan adjacent to that is more side to side as well. And then adjacent to that, you can kind of see that plan is kind of tapering down to the side. So plan 1, getting into Cedar Grove in terms of the details, it was touched on earlier that we designed these plans and then we worked with staff to develop and elevate the architecture, I would say, along the way. And so one of the things I wanted to do is just kind of point out some of the details that you're seeing here. So California Ranch style, one of the elements that was added along the way is the tower element that you see at the entry. And of course, that's just kind of to draw your eye towards that entry. Previously, did not have that. Same thing with the progressive Monterey as well. Let me get into the details a little bit of the California Ranch. So you've got lap siding as well as stucco. There's also, excuse me one second, brick veneer on there as well. We've got a front door. It's a little tough to see probably, but there's actually a front door with glass panels. Initially, that plan did not have glass panels on the entry door. There's kind of at that tower element, there's kind of a vent detail up there. We have shutters. And then also on the garage doors, those have hardware as well. The progressive Monterey, That one's got some lap siding to it. It's got stone just to get some variety. And then on the modern farmhouse, that one's got, I believe those are 8x8 posts. So initially those were 4x4s. So those have kind of increased along the way as we worked on the project with staff. Board and batten siding, and then shutters. And I should mention too, all the window styles, those are all helping kind of reinforce, the window grids are all kind of helping reinforce the styles as well. You can kind of see that we put the exterior lights up there so you kind of have a bigger view of what those look like. One of the other items that we added along the way was there was initially 2 carriage lights for each of these homes. We added a 3rd carriage light. And I should also mention, initially these did not have, they didn't have windows on the B and the C style, so those upper glass panels got added along the way as well. So this is Plan 2. One of the items that got added along here was an extended porch. It was much smaller before. These also have 6x6 double posts. And then for the progressive Monterey, we added some columns that have lap siding. They're wrapped with lap siding. You can kind of see the progressive Monterey has kind of a contrast of stucco with that lap siding up there on the 2nd floor. It also has a shed roof element with brackets to it. And then the modern farmhouse with board and batten, shutters. And I should say that we try to keep those details fairly consistent, but you're going to see some variation in some of the columns especially as we go through here. So Plan 3, again, 6x6 double wood posts for that porch area there on the California Ranch. We also have a recessed garage door, and believe we also, at one point in time, that was kind of a single wall plane where the garage is and the window above. We actually offset that in order to have a roof, a plane break for the roof there. And that goes for the progressive Monterey as well as the modern farmhouse. The modern farmhouse also, as far as elevating the architecture, we did do 8x8 posts on that. I know might be kind of tough to see from here, but those are our 8x8, which is typically unheard of. Those are usually 6x6 or 4x4s. So those are significantly larger than what you typically see with a home builder. Plan 4, I wanted to mention this one because it was a new plan that was added. Initially, there was a 2-story plan in the lineup here, and Lennar, working with staff, replaced that 2-story with this single story. It also, in terms of just variety within the neighborhood, it has a swing-in garage. So you've got your 2-car garage on the left-hand side there, and then on the right-hand side where you see that window, if you're looking at the California Ranch with the window with the shutters, that's a swing-in garage. There's a garage that you would enter swinging in to the right. For the progressive Monterey, we also added a tower element for that. And then, as I mentioned before, roof form is really important just to get variety within the community. And, the modern farmhouse, we could have just done a similar situation with the roof as what you see on the California Ranch with that hip element in the center, but we wanted to break that up a little bit and have that gable up there on the top as well. There's some thoughtful things that we've done as we've kind of gone along the way in the process of this. So moving on to Cedar Glen, again, kind of a street scene view, just to kind of see the overall massing of the community. Now, these are the larger homes between the two, and so this one there's 4 2-story plans here and 1 single-story plan. So one of the things you're going to see some of these markups on here, and I know the Lennar team was kind of working with Councilmember Rodriguez on these items, and So what we've done is we've kind of looked at adding some windows in those specific areas just to get a little more interest on the front elevations for that. This one also, I should mention, it has an extended porch. Initially, it was just, you see that porch where the entry door is, and the porch was extended to the right-hand side where you see that two-story gable element. And we also did 6x6 double wood posts at that porch area. We added a roof over the garage. Again, there was some comments about kind of breaking up the plane breaks on some of these homes, and so that was looked at as well. So the Craftsman, this series, we have a glass panel on the front door for the California Ranch. There's also a glass panel on the Craftsman entry door as well. So I just wanted to mention that. And then the American Farmhouse, you've got the board and batten, and you've got 10 by 10 wood posts, which again, quite large and significant. I think that'll add some really nice detail to the neighborhood. So Plan 2, again, on these single stories, the idea was to kind of make them feel more prominent. We didn't do this for all of them, but in this series, you could kind of see that they do have the tower element here on all of these guys. The American Farmhouse also, again, working with Council Member Rodriguez, we looked at increasing the size of those event details that are up in the gable ends just to give them a little more prominence. We also see, I should point out, the exterior lights that you're seeing in this series are different than what you saw in the other series of Cedar Grove. Some of the other features too, on the Craftsman, for example, you see some outlookers up there in the gable and also the board and batten up in the gable ends as well. And again, all of these window grids are helping kind of reinforce the architectural style. We do have hardware on the California Ranch garage door, and then there's glass panels on both the Craftsman and American Farmhouse. So for the Plan 3, California Ranch, we've got 6x6 double wood posts at the porch area there. On the, you can see on the Craftsman as well as the American Farmhouse, those are some areas where on that porch, we're looking at going ahead and adding some metal railing there to add some additional interest and additional detailing. And both those railings would be, based on the style, the way that those will be designed. The Craftsman on here, you also see above the garage door, we've got some lap siding on this one as well. And let me just keep moving on here. So Plan 5, we ended up, we're going to add some shutters up there on the second floor for both the California Ranch and the American Farmhouse. Craftsman doesn't typically have shutters, so that's why we did not add them there. And again, those are 10 by 10 wood posts that were added on the American Farmhouse. And we've also got lap siding on the board and batten siding on the Craftsman up in the gable ends as well. So I'm happy to take any questions that you guys might have.
All right, and excuse me, do you prefer we call you Mr.,
Jeff Addison,
we call you Jeff or Mr. Addison, what you prefer?
either way.
I'll tee this up a little bit first. So, I'll kind of lead into the architecture question that I have in a sec, but I think the one thing that I think the council, at least myself, have been struggling with is like, why did we get to this point where we have to see these things. And what I mean by that is that I have heard from some of the planning commissioners prior to this meeting, they're saying, why didn't we get a three-dimensional aerial view of the homes prior, or in any of our three meetings? The one that shows the area where you can see the depth of the driveways, not just a front 2D. There was the question was, why didn't we get a rendering of the front gate? Even though I know that has nothing to do with the architecture, it gives you a semblance of what the project is like. I know when I met with your constituents at the model, I recommended that it would have been helpful, even though the planning commission didn't have purview over inside, that it would have been helpful to show the planning commission, because I think, at least the meetings that I attended, Ms. Johnson, who's in the background right now, is in real estate, and she was trying to get her head around like what this home was going to look like, and had to help them understand. And that stuff wasn't presented. And so I just feel like, it was I feel like the people that came to those first two meetings, it was very ill prepared. A lot of the questions that were asked, they were like, well, we don't have an answer for that, or I don't know. You couldn't even answer simple questions. And I think it was frustrating to the planning commissioners. And so, I think that the feeling that I got from them was they were trying to have some communication with you guys to do some of these changes. I see you guys have done a lot of changes. I appreciate you presenting them all to us, Jeff, and we'll dive into those specifically probably in a minute with the other council members. But I just want to kind of just lay out the fact that I feel like, if a lot of these things looking back, in the rearview mirror, if after the first meeting, if some things like this would have been added or changed, or if some other things would have been presented, like different aerial views and things like that, I think that those meetings could have been a lot more productive. To be frankly, I feel like Lennar staff was very lazy at those meetings and just didn't seem like it was. I think you guys came into the meeting with the expectations it was going to be approved and it was going to be a slam dunk, and then things got sideways, and it's just disappointing that it went that way and led us to this. It's been a delay, and you guys, are frustrated because of the delay. We're frustrated because we have to be here tonight and talk about this when this is clearly a planning purview. But so I just wanted to say that, again, can't take that back. We are where we are. But with that said, does any of the other council members want to tee this up for questions about architecture for Jeff here?
I just have one question. The height of the garage doors, what is it?
I believe we're at 7 on those, but is that? I believe they're 7.
I believe I've done my homework pretty good, and I'm sorry I'm asking you this tonight, but yeah, that's an issue for me. I would like to see those at 9 feet with the elevations that you have and the size of your garage and everything. I don't think it would be difficult to bring those up a foot.
So the plate height on the homes is 9-foot plates. So it's an 8-foot garage door would fit. I'm going to let Lennar respond to that. I'm just the guy that designs them, so
Yeah,
they're
just
the
wanted to get
decision
it out
makers on
there.
that. But I wanted to mention that a 9-foot would not fit with a 9-foot plate.
Understood.
I think
that's a question I should have asked earlier, but before the meeting. But and I do have some other background and stuff I want to discuss. But again, once we get into the decision making, I'll have some more comments.
If you don't mind me, Matt, I'd just like to piggyback real quick on that thought. I think to support his question about that is, it's very common for people to have, you see a lot of forerunners, you see a lot of vehicles that have like racks, roof racks, things to haul, I don't know, kayaks or whatever the heck, right? People are very into that nowadays, right? And I think in a neighborhood where you're going to have an HOA type of scenario, which is going to be very strict on, maybe, I don't know how strict as far as like if you're allowed to have cars in the driveways or they have to be in the garage. I know HOAs can vary, but I think to his point, adding that extra could be a huge change that would be allowed people to park in their garage. I know my wife has a 4Runner with the rack on the roof. We can't park it in the garage because of that, and 1 foot would make a huge difference. So I just wanted to point that out, that's a good reason for your question, Matt. So
Yeah, and looking at the detail of this, I can see it shouldn't be a major change. If they were 8-foot ceilings in there, and the plate was lower, I wouldn't even ask the question.
And that kind of plays into our next subject that we're going to talk about after we get over the homes is parking of recreational vehicles. Right, we're going to address that next, and there are several boat options, all of these things that are taller than 7 feet. So that would also address some of their issues with parking spaces for those things as well.
So Jeff, when I viewed the blue home, I believe, for, I don't know, I only remember Sean's. So Sean, when we viewed the house in Natomas, the model that Mr. Pratton and I viewed, correct me if I'm wrong, but that house had a unique door that I actually made a comment on, that I kind of thought the door was kind of a mid-century type door. It had like square panes of glass running vertically. But yet I don't see that door as an option in the packet that you gave us. So I was curious if that was the one model that you said could be built in Galt or would be built. And I was assuming all the things we were seeing in there would be something indicative of what we would see, but yet that door was not something I noticed seeing, so I had that question. It was in the video, but I don't. And again, I don't, not trying to split hairs, but these are the things, obviously you're making small changes, and I was just curious, because I felt like, one of the things that was really pushed by the staff when we were at your model was everything you see in here is what people like, there was, like the appliances and the tile floors and the things that you guys were really trying to spotlight for us that were kind of, in your opinion, above and beyond what a normal lower end house or whatever, right, wouldn't have. I felt like, so I was paying close attention to a lot of those details and assuming that everything I saw in that model would be something that would be available.
Just for clarification, those tile floors that we saw are not included on the bottom floor that you and I saw.
Yeah.
They are not included.
Oh, okay.
I found that out in one of my emails.
Just a couple things, Mayor Farmer. So the glass panels, I'm not sure what those ones look like, but I think you saw that in Cedar Grove, there's one entry door that has glass panels to it, and then in Cedar Glen, there's actually 2 front doors. That might be something that we can look at if there's a specific pattern to
Yeah,
that.
and I mean, maybe nobody else cares for that door, and I'm not a prospective buyer, so I'm not going to be like, well, I'd love to buy that house if I had that door. But I'm only bringing it up because, again, I feel like, well, you made the comment about the flooring. I mean, I just get really gun shy when, I'm showing a model and saying this is an example of what we would build, and then you say, well, except that you probably couldn't get that door, or maybe those floors that we were showing, actually, that's not the floor that you get. So now, I mean, where are we landing with? Was that tour for nothing, or?
No, I think the reason that we don't have that door in Galt is just because the architectural style, the model that you saw in North Lake is not an architectural style that's being proposed here in Silver.
But I was told it is. We were told, Matt, am I not correct, that we were told that one house was one model that would be the only model out of the 9 that's being proposed that would be something you're proposing for Summerfield?
That is that floor plan is the same model that would be built at Summerfield. That precise elevational style is not. And Jeff presented what those elevations would be.
Okay. Well,
So that's why I know about the floors, because I asked that night about it, and Sean did follow up and send me an email to make me aware that the bottom floor will be vinyl wood flooring, wood style.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, we had talked about that. I know both of you had remarked that was a really nice tile floor, and then we had looked at, Lennar has this platform, everything's included. A lot of builders will, have a lot of upsells, and what you see in a model
That's
isn't
what we were
necessarily
told,
what
yes.
you get. And with Lennar's everything's included platform, a lot of those upgrades are already standard and included. In that North Lake model, we thought that those same tile floors would be in, that was part of everything's included. When we did some additional diligence, we realized, no, it's the EVP that's standard, that's part of the everything's included. And then we followed up with
I do appreciate the follow-up.
Councilmember Pradden to make that clarification.
I also just want to let the rest of council know that the changes that I had suggested, that I didn't think they were going to say my name, but if if you don't agree, if you want to take them, I was just trying to get some, the front not to look, some of those places just looked pretty plain. And so I was trying to throw some other stuff in there, but if you don't like them, I'm not married to them, so.
And I apologize for that, Councilmember Rodriguez. We obviously had invited everyone's feedback, and Councilmember Rodriguez followed up with some specific suggestions, and we evaluated all those suggestions with Jeff, with the marketing team, with the land development team, and where we evaluated all requests with three lens. Is this going to delay the start of construction? Is this something buyers want? And is it something that the architect would recommend? A good example of something that Jeff wouldn't recommend was shutters on the Craftsman, because that's not part of the Craftsman style. And where we could accommodate those suggestions, we did based on those three criteria.
Yeah, and I totally understand that, like, the inside flooring or anything in the inside honestly is not under the purview of this appeal. This is the architecture on the outside. But I'm only bringing it into context because I felt like when we were shown that model, it really helped you understand the quality of the home, right? Which, to be honest with you, really, to be frank, the quality of the home that's going to be built has really been the main factor that has been the obstacle in this whole process, in my opinion. I think that was the struggle between the original vision of what was presented through the planning process. Is they're trying to hold whoever builds accountable to building this quality home that we feel is up to the standard of whatever. And I'm not going to use the elephant in the room word, that was taken out of our stuff, but you get what I'm at. So when we went and viewed those models, obviously the purpose of that was to go look at the models and kind of show us, like, let's show you what this house looks like in real life instead of just pictures and stuff. And I do think that tour was helpful. I think, one comment I made was, on the way back, I told Matt, the house was very nice inside. And I think that if the Planning Commission had, even though it wasn't under their purview, if they had seen a video, which is probably why you guys brought the video this evening to show the inside, just to help us understand, what kind of home this would be. So I'm a little bit nervous now that even though we don't have a purview of that, it's like, now I'm like, okay, well, it's like, what is the quality? I mean, I don't know. Again, we don't have any purview over that. I'm just saying. But, yeah, I don't know. Who's up next? I'm going to let you guys go. Anybody? Vice Mayor?
Yes. Before I, mention in a design, I would like to make a few comment or the clarification. Former mayor, he already gave you the background, and you guys might be already researched the background of this project. And I'm going to piggyback. This project was back in 20 when they approved. This land was in a county. It was come to the, and that time I would think there was a farmer is on the council. We both were council. We have struggled to prove that project. Our constituent does not want, they don't want to expand, and we are a vision. Personally, my vision is like in growth, is not a growth like in just a smart growth. That's what our constituents wants. But at the end of that, we agree with that, project to approve, and that's why it's 820. Then they bought, I think, home by town. They personally talked to me, I think the other council member too, and they wanted from 3-tier to the 5-tier. And I personally understand the development. You guys want to make the product, it can sell in the market. Market change, sometimes bigger house is not selling smaller house. And I was agree, that time to change from 5 to 2. And they also request that, the small side lot, we are agree. But I don't know, I might be mistaken, he might be, I never heard they request to remove that adjective style. Because when the first was approved, it was there mentioned. Adjective style means better home. This is a gated community. We like to prove if this is a better home than all other cities, because we want to make sure if somebody want to upgrade the home in this city, so we can keep that our neighbor in this city. That's why the intention in the first meeting. Then second, but you agree, but I never, heard they remove that. And I don't think so anywhere. There might be staff know if that home by town, they ask to remove that condition. I don't know. I was never aware of that. I don't know. He might be aware of that. And the third thing is, this project denied by the planning commission. All the planning commissioner, I respect them. They have the experience, especially there are 2 and 3 planning commissioners. They also have a development experience too. And I know we end up is the appeal. Right, we do our best. I like to prove that project. I like to be, developer be success. I know if there is a shutdown for last 2 months, lot of losing money. But same thing when we get a meeting, I ask you, when you bring that appeal to the council, after the planning commission denied, did you guys change anything on the design side? And I heard that time there was nothing changed. So usually the appeal is new evidence, or if anything, all you guys feel this is an unreasonable denial. And I'm personally serious thinking about that project to be approved. You guys be success, and city wants to be approve that project. But that was the attention on this project, be better home. Be better. And the other thing they mentioned there is, I see that video is a very good, the inside. But the first impression, first look from the outside design. So that's kind of background, we are hearing today. I'm still, with you guys. You guys spend a lot of money, and we like to be success. But there was a design. I think I want to be a little bit better design. Well, we have only 5 days when we get all this paperwork to look at that. I mention one thing to you at that time. I don't know if it's capable or not, but I like to be, I think, personally, I don't know what the other, be a better design. That's why the intention in this. I know the legally, there is different kind of thing we bring. We are here not considered as illegal, this is the time to negotiate. So we like to be at this project to be look better design, whatever you guys are. I don't know what kind of changes we can discuss all over. That's my intention is. Thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize, Jeff, because, we're talking about architecture and we're kind of getting off onto, the bigger talk about the project, but I just think it's important that, you have to understand for Paul and I, this is a 5-year culmination coming this evening. So there's a lot of thoughts, we've been through this since the beginning, and so I think a lot of this is just kind of directed overall, and some of these comments that the vice mayor and that I make, right now or even tonight later, maybe may or not be the fault of anybody in the room, including Lennar. But I think just to piggyback on what the mayor said, and I think this is more just directed at staff, and I don't want to kick a dead horse anymore, but the word executive in the beginning, although we know that it's very subjective and it's open to interpretation, and we know all that, we get it. And we could have 5 different opinions of what that word meant. That word has been removed, so it's not even relevant in this approval tonight. But the reason I want to circle back to that one more time is I think that it's important because this project would have been approved. If it had been any other project, it would have probably been approved on the first planning meeting, no problem at all. But this was a very special project. What made it special is it was very unique from the inception. It required us to annex land, which is very abnormal, to rezone that land, things that typically the Galt Planning Commission and the council don't do because, we're a very, mindful of growth in this town. It's a very contentious subject for a small town. And the only reason that the council went through is because it was going to be something very special. And so I think that idea of what that was going to be was constantly present through the whole process, through all the planning commission meetings, everything. And I think you guys who were in those meetings saw that. They're like, what is this deal where they keep whatever? Because it was never a normal project. It was always something supposed to be so unique to Galt. I think for me, going back and watching that meeting, that appeal meeting, and watching the appeal that Councilman Vandenberg, who's sitting in the audience tonight, made that motion to grant that appeal to Town Homes to make that small change, never was specified to have that word removed. It almost, by removing the word, it was almost symbolic of saying that we don't really care that it's a special project anymore. That word, even though it's just a word and you can interpret different ways, it was symbolic of what this project was going to be. And the fact that that motion that was made that night did not, and no, I know this doesn't come off harsh to, staff, like, and specifically Jenny, to you, but tonight it says that that word was explicitly removed. The word explicitly means clearly removed, like we gave the order, remove that. So I know that you weren't responsible for that, Jenny, and I know city manager wasn't here then, so none of the staff that were responsible for that were present or here tonight. But I can tell you right now, it is highly disturbing to me as a council member, and it should be as a planning commissioner, when a motion is made and that motion is not clearly reflected in the resolution that gets ultimately passed. And you can see what that has resulted in tonight. And I just want to say this one time, that is highly disturbing for me as a council member, and I hope to never see that happen again. We have immense faith in the staff to take what we're discussions and those things that are said at these meetings and what we feel, and transfer those into motions and resolutions and things that are what we want. So as moving forward, I just hope that the staff understands the absolute importance of that. So with that being said, I do appreciate the changes in the architecture. I think we want the same things here tonight, honestly, gentlemen. I mean, you know what? Nobody wants this to drag on. You guys don't want it to drag on. We don't really want it to drag on. The ideology that whatever that original was, that's gone, right? We need to wrap our head around a new idea of what this project's going to be. You're sitting here before us tonight telling us that you feel like this is going to be a great special project. We're obviously taking a big leap of faith that that's what it is, but you have to understand how gun shy we all are because of all the bait and switches that have happened through the 3 ownership changes that have transpired in this project. I would like to say, and I'm sorry I'm on my soapbox still right now, but our planning commissioners are appointed because we have the utmost faith in them. Some of them are business owners, some of them have architectural experience, some of them have real estate experience. They're all have been handpicked by us council members for certain things that they bring to the table. Are they experts in development? No. But I think that each one of them has a unique perspective on what the people of Galt understand and want in their community, and that's why they're up there. So to be honest with you, Mr. Roberts, the reason I asked you about your letter earlier is I would hope that next time you come to a meeting where you want to extend the olive branch and kind of try to work together to get some of the goal line, that you would bring a letter. I think this letter would have been more well served if things didn't go well tonight and then you had to, we ended up in litigation or something, because some of the comments that were in this letter, in my opinion, were very insulting to myself and the Planning Commission. I don't understand why you guys would bring such a letter. I want to just quote a couple things from this letter, so if you'll indulge me for a minute. No prudent developer would make substantial investment in a tentative subdivision map only to be left guessing what might satisfy the subjective whims of a planning commissioner under this imaginary and unattainable goalpost that lacks concrete and objective standards. The Constitution does not tolerate such impossible odds. At least one planning commissioner wanted entirely new plans because even the plans that were presented with additional finishes and enhancements that were made did not fill his personal tastes of what might create an elevated enough neighborhood. And a quote, to hinge on an untethered subjective opinions that would drastically change based on appointed or elected officials. So these are just some of the things that were mentioned. And objective standards have only been a thing for a few years, under the Housing Accountability Act. Before that, it was really the discretion of appointed members like planning commissions to say, we like this or we like that, or can you add to this, or can you add to that? And those things weren't really in objective standards. I know that the city of Galt has work to do with being better about our objective standards. But the point I try to make is that my frustration here tonight is, and I just want to get this on my back, is that our planning commission has a job to do. It is not this body's responsibility to be reviewing appeals every time I turn around because some developer doesn't get what they want at the planning commission, and then they just throw up their hands and go, well, we'll just go to the Galt City Council and then we'll get what we want there. That's not how this works. I hope tonight we can come to something that works for all of us and we can all walk away, with our feelings and our dignity intact. But to be frank, I'm just frustrated that we're even here tonight with this appeal. This should not be in front of us. And out of due respect to our planning commissioners, they should be the one handling this. And I hope to God that we don't see more of this and this doesn't become a general practice for developers, because that's not how things work in the city of Galt. So I'll step off my soapbox now and turn it over to anybody else that wants to talk about architecture.
Well, I just had a couple of questions. And I missed it when you said it the first time. How many 1-stories versus how many 2-stories?
Of the 9 plan types, there are 3 single stories.
Out of the total 204 homes? know you
Roughly a
don't-
third, I can give you the precise number. So there are
53, I believe you said.
66 single-story.
Oh, 66.
There are, Plan 1, 2,018 square feet is a single-story. There are 28 anticipated homes plotted. Plan 4 is 2,476 square feet, another one-story. There are 26 anticipated homes plotted. And then in the Cedar Glen product line, Plan 2, 2,760 square feet, another one-story, and there are 12 anticipated homes plotted. If my quick math is accurate, that's 66 of 204. It's roughly a
So
third.
138 are the 2 stories if there's 66 1-stories. So I did make a comment when I was touring the homes in Elk Grove, and to the gentlemen that are here, and I looked out the back window, and all you saw was homes all the same height, and it didn't look appealing to me, right? To have all the homes, they were all 2-story in that area, and it just all looked the same, and that was my concern for this subdivision. And it's more of my concern now, finding out that 3/4 of the homes are going to be these 2 stories, is that it just looks really cookie cutter from the areas that I was looking at. So having more variance in the size of the home to make it all just not look like one continuous home. That was one of my comments from what I saw out there. And then the other concern that was brought up to me was, what else are we going to do to make the subdivision look different? And some of the other amenities, so the street lights, the entry, things like that. And one of the comments that I made to these gentlemen were because I wasn't here in the very beginning, right? I just came on, not like the mayor and the vice mayor. And what I said was, I want this area to be that area in Galt, right? This is the area that, you live in the Summerfield area. And I said, what I don't want for this area is for it to be homes that are built in other areas of Galt. They just happen to have a gate around it. And, and the homes looked great that we looked in Elk Grove. And I just don't know. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. Because when we talk about the price point, right, I can find other houses that roughly are about the same size for about the same cost or not cheaper in Galt that aren't part of a subdivision, that aren't paying the HOAs, that aren't doing all of this. And now, it's just, I don't know if it's going to get that and what we're looking for in that area.
But I think to your point, Tim, is that I don't think cheaper. I mean, we're not looking for a cheaper home. I think the original people, so I have some friends who I spoke with who actually were very interested in this project when it was first daylighted. And unfortunately, and I don't doubt that this project will sell. Every house has a buyer. There's been houses been built in Galt that people are like, who the heck's going to buy that? And then they were all sold. So, I mean, I don't doubt that there's going to be buyers for these homes. That's not, I'm not a market expert. Just, they build what they're going to sell. But I have had friends that were disappointed because they were like, we're ready to spend, like, they were envisioning it being something different. And they were like, we're ready to spend, $900 to $1 million on this house that they're picturing. And then they find out it's not what they thought. So they're actually not interested anymore. But the price point I think you mentioned is that I don't think it's Summerfield's goal. Not Summerfield, but, sorry, I refer to as Summerfield, but Lennar. I don't think it's Lennar's goal to be like, oh, we want to deliver a cheap house. I think
Right.
they're trying to.
And I get that, but if I'm gonna buy a house that's 3,000 square feet for, I'm just gonna say $700,000 in Summerfield, or I'm gonna buy a 3,000 square foot home that's whatever, the numbers are the same, and I'm gonna buy it in Liberty Ranch, and I don't have to pay the HOAs, and I don't have,
Yeah. That brings up a question I have for you guys. So I know that when we viewed the model that we saw that was, you said this is one of the floor plans, different elevation, of course, you stated that, but it was a floor plan that would be in Summerfield. I remember looking at the price sheet you guys had there, and again, maybe there were some things that were slightly, but it was like in the high 800s. You mentioned a minute ago, which kind of surprised, that you're saying basically I know these are just approximates, but you're talking about in the mid to high sixes for some of the lower models and then the low to high 700s for the upper models. Why such a price point difference between a house that we saw that was, that's a huge price difference. Can you explain that?
That model home would be, I believe, the biggest plan size at Summerfield, so that would be the one that's approaching $800,000. These are estimates. We want to be conservative with the estimates. I don't want to stand up here and tell you they're going to be $1 million.
Well, I know Westlake or whatever it's called. Was it Westlake? I know that, there's water there and there's other features that maybe increases the price and the desire, but I get that, but.
Yeah, and Mayor Farmer, I think, I believe off the top of my head, I think that North Lake project is like over 2,000 homes and does have lake amenities, has a clubhouse with that projects of that size that can support that, 200 home subdivision cannot.
Yeah. If you guys can build a 3,000 square foot house and keep it in the sevens, I'm sure that's, it's a lot more appealing than in the eights, obviously. But, I just wanted to ask that question because that kind of caught me. I was like, I was under the impression there was going to be a higher price point on
Keep
this.
in mind that project is substantially built out too. These are initial estimated prices.
I just kind of want to address a little bit, although I was not up here on council, I did sit through from 2020 and all of those meetings and including planning. Unfortunately, and I think we discussed this on my site visit, what Lennar is up against, just so everybody knows, is they were up against everybody's imagination because that gentleman, the original gentleman came and he sold us. He sold everybody in this, our Galt doesn't have anything like it. You're going to be this new thing. And I actually talked to a couple people later or recently about their thoughts when that happened and what they were envisioning, and it was nothing like what I envisioned. And I think that's the problem is I can almost guarantee that everybody who sat down and you heard this salesman come and sell us and immediately wrote down what you were envisioning for this development, it's going to be different. Because my envision was these big, almost estate type, grass, a lot of grass and then a winding driveway or at least a circular one and this big entry and everything. And I've talked to other people that are like, oh, I don't want all that grass. No, that's not what I would have imagined. I'd want that on the backside where I could do. So unfortunately, and I've said this and I will say it again and not to harp on staff, but I have had several constituents who've been following this who have said, and I agree, that the fault, and most of the fault in all of this, in our expectations being blown, is that Galt did not have their definitions. We didn't have our ducks in a row, and we all envisioned something else. And not saying that developers couldn't work a little bit more with us maybe, or a little less or whatever, but I understand because why would you if you don't have to? So that's kind of where I'm coming from it. I feel bad for everybody involved in this, everybody's expectations that have been dashed. It's unfortunate. that's why I think at this point, we're just trying to get the best that, that we can all come up with to have a significant compromise. I apologize, when I was working with Lennar earlier, the garage door height was completely out of my range, and but now that this discussion has happened, I really think that's really important, so I'm hoping that there's some sort of, maybe we can get that 8 foot or something, but, the homes, and I've said this, the homes aren't ugly. They're not terrible. Do we have some kind of similar stuff in town? We do. But on my way here, I actually drove out of my way and I thought, where's my closest gated community near me? And it's Emerald Village up there, behind Rayleigh's and Walmart. And you know what? When I drive by, I cannot see those homes. I can't see them at all. I can see their entry, which is very nice and beautiful. I have been in that area a few times. I know some people in there. You talk about one height and one whatever. Those are all exactly the same once you're in there. My guess is with the height issue, there's probably less people who want to live in a single story next to two-story people around them everywhere. So my guess is that's part of the reasoning to not have as many single story, because there's less people who want them. I did have a question, and I know Lennar can answer this, but I think for an unbiased opinion, I'm going to ask staff. So I'm going to go to Jenny or maybe Chris on this. When Townhomes or whoever they were came and said the market is looking for more single story, and now we have Lennar coming and saying the market bears more two-story. Is this because the different markets because of different builders? Do builders have their own markets?
That was my question next.
I'm sorry.
Great question.
That's a tricky question. We don't really track at a staff level the demand for single story versus two story.
No, I mean just, style, and do builders have followers, I guess is.
That's a good question. I don't know if Chris wants a different answer to that.
That is an interesting question, and I don't know the answer to that. My instinct tells me that the market is the same for everybody and not specialized for each builder.
Okay.
I mean, it is interesting that we have two different builders. And I mean, we are 3 years, I guess 3 years later, but I don't think, telling us two different things. And we sit up here and you guys, one developer come in saying, this is what the market is. And they convince us and we're like, okay, we're buying into that. We trust you. And then you have you guys coming and saying, no, this is what people want. So we're like, it's very confusing that we are being told two different things. Let me ask you this. What do you guys think? And I asked you gentlemen when we were up at the tour, where do you foresee the demographic for this project? What age do you picture if you were just to throw something out? Like, it's not your first time buyer probably. It's not your senior citizen retiree.
Yeah, we would think of it as a move-up buyer. Maybe on some of the single stories, you would have more senior buyers who are looking to get out of a two-story home. Can I answer the market question quickly?
Sure.
I just say, I can't speak at all to what a prior developer represented about the market. This number changes all the time, but Lennar has roughly 48 to 50 active projects building throughout the Sacramento region. Lennar is a very big home builder in this region, has a very good sense of what the market demand is for its 1 and 2 story products.
Well, and again, you guys are who you are, and and I'm not even a real estate agent. I just go by what I hear, and I just think I personally feel that single story is more whatever, but I do understand that. I mean, what is the biggest single story you can put on that? Your guys' lots are like 67. Is it 66 or 67 or something like that? Average is the average lot in this project,
the typical lot is 65 by 105.
Okay.
There's a vesting tentative map. The biggest lot goes to like 13, a little bit less than 13,000 square feet. So the more you stretch those homes out and put single stories, the less yard you have.
So what's the biggest, square footage wise, roughly, what is the biggest you could put on a lot like that?
Yeah, I can't tell you what the absolute biggest you could put on it based on the city's.
It's definitely in the
design standards.
2000s. It's not in the 3s for sure.
I can tell you, though, that the largest single-story plan we have is 2,760 square feet, and that's in the Cedar Glen product line.
Okay. So, and with that, I remember looking at those drawings. We were actually, some of the gentlemen were, we were doing measurements, trying to figure out how big backyards were. And I remember Matt and I were like kind of surprised because some of the backyards were like 45 feet to the back fence. We're like, wow, that's a pretty big backyard when you're used to seeing houses nowadays that have no backyards practically. But of course, that was a 2-story. When you guys put the single stories, one of the big sacrifices is yards are going to be significantly smaller, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. If the council doesn't mind, I think because we have 2 sections for council deliberation, I would like to go to public comment for a minute and then we can come back to talking more. So would that be okay with everybody?
Yes.
Do that? All right. So if you like to speak, thank you, gentlemen. We're going to let the public here make any comments if there is any to be made. And then we'll call you back up for further. So if you would like to speak, you have to bring a card up still, right? Okay. So if you'd like to bring a card up to speak, if anybody got a card in so far?
Jay
Okay.
Vandenberg.
Hello, everybody. My name's Jay Vandenberg, former city council member. Good to see everybody here. This is not an attack on an individual staff member. The staff is going by older documents. I realize that, so I attack ideas, I guess. The conversations about the interior, what you viewed, that's all manipulation to make you believe something that you're not voting on. You're not voting on floors, bedding, none of that. It's irrelevant, and it should have never been shown, to be honest. The letters, complete bully tactic manipulations, really distasteful. What's being presented on the agenda report is a wildly disobedience of the city council's direct instructions, and in doing so has misled Lennar Homes. Is there any wonder the public thinks builders get what they want? It is not the city council's responsibility to ensure home builders make money. It is the city council's responsibility to actively represent the citizens. During the meeting of a couple years ago.
But as far as what is on the table, as far as a motion, I want to make sure the one that did second Vandenberg's motion understood it, is we have 33 homes, 33 homes, and 33 homes in the current framework that will be so big or of such so-and-so size. On top of that, though, Councilman Vandenberg is saying none of the houses in the project, the total amount of house in the project can be less than 2,000 square feet. That is the motion that you've made, and that is the motion you understood you were seconding, right, Councilman Lozano? Okay.
Okay.
And that would be a pretty slight modification.
That was the only change allowed. Anything else that was represented in the future is inaccurate and not a representation of what this city council approved. Furthermore, the quote from the minutes, Vandenberg made the motion to approve the exact same thing. I won't go over just for the time. Sorry. Yeah, I know this was brought to the city council and consent calendar later on, but in nowhere in the packet did state that it was going to make all the changes that was stated. It's really getting to a point of accountability. The same thing with removing entire sidewalks along a city street and counting it as minor. It can't continue. Either you must make a stand and represent the citizens and the city council itself. This vote is actually a representation of what you voted as you represent all past city councils. Allowing this to go through is simply saying it doesn't matter what we vote. It's really frustrating to see basically previous staff members make illegal changes and it gets passed through. Our planning commissioners I have a lot of faith in them. I think we have a really good planning commission, really good city council, as a matter of fact. And I guess I just want to summarize it. You've trusted them to do their job. They've done it 3 times. They shouldn't expect you to do it again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Phyllis Johnson.
Thank you for your time. There's 2 things. First of all, when I was looking at the illustrations of how close those houses are, they're almost touching each other. And I'm going to say a little funny. If my neighbor is sneezing or if they're arguing, I don't want to hear it. That's how close they looked. It looked like there's going to be a tree in between or something, but we never saw total of that space. And another thing, right here, why no handicap? What do you got against us? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Mary Valerga Hood.
I won't reintroduce my address and all. I wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I sat and heard a ping pong match. And it was really disheartening to hear that Planning Commission said no, City Council, okay, let's bring it to City Council. And I really appreciated Mayor Farmer for you saying it is not this, it shouldn't be this ping pong match. It shouldn't go to the Planning Commission. They say we need to fix X, Y, and Z. And then the developer, whomever, comes to the council, and the council says, okay, let's do this. So this is not, it was a ping pong match, ping pong game, back here. And then I have a question too. Is it protocol for a council person or to ask for changes for a elevation? Shouldn't that go back through a process? I just think that there was a lot of bouncing I heard. I heard Planning Commission. Also, one thing, no matter what job I had, and I spent 41 years in education and also a teacher coach, research. I wouldn't step into a position without researching. And so I've heard at several meetings now, oh, well, some other council did this, we didn't do this. But it's our job to research. If we know something is coming up, we have to do our research and figure out, there are minutes from meetings, there are all of this, let's go back and find out what happened. And I hear this ping pong, well, they did it, we didn't do it. And this is not a function. This is not functional. We care about our city, and I know you do too, but we have a planning commission. Their purpose is to actually go through and screen and do things first. And if then a developer or someone wants to come to the City Council, should just say, no, you need to go back to the Planning Commission. It shouldn't be this bouncy game and like, well, I want this changed over here. Okay, well, let's do that now. There's a process. And I think what I'm hearing, we keep not following a process. And this is a problem for everyone. I looked at that map too, and I'm like, that is awfully crowded. That's not an elite subdivision. And then for the next item coming up, where are our big giant garages to house our RVs there? We're talking about, keeping them off streets and all. So this subdivision should have RV parking so that we don't have this garage height and all of this. We can't, big pickups hardly fit in garages anymore. So we should be planning for, let's get things off the street. What are we going to do to take care of that? So I've seen some really great large garages, tuck them in, find a new design. So let's follow the process and let's stop blaming this group over that group. We need to research, do the research. If this developer is coming in, trace the history. That's the job of the council. Trace the history to see what's going on instead of saying, I don't know, that didn't happen. It wasn't on my watch. When I step into positions that aren't my watch, I want to make sure I know what's going on so I can be really fluent and make the best decisions possible. So let's all work together. Let's go through the process. Planning Commission has their job. Council shouldn't be ping-ponging back and forth. And Mayor Farmer, thank you for stating that. That was good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hood.
No other comments.
All right. Well, the public hearing is still open, so if you do wish to speak, I will leave it open for the time being until we continue our deliberations. So should anyone change their mind and wish to speak, fill out a speaker card, bring it up to the front. So we'll take this back to council. So far, let me just recap where we're at. So we've had Ms. Rodriguez had shared some ideas which were taken into consideration by Lennar, and those changes were presented by Jeff. We had some input from Mr. Pratton regarding his concern about the garage height, which I share that same concern. Mr. Reed shared concerns about having, if I'm understanding, just Too many two-story houses? Is that, yeah? I think the challenge, I actually share your concern. I think the problem, though, is that, like I asked, is they have, a certain square footage is the common lot, and they can't, they're going to be, we would basically have to force them to build 2,500 or less, or 2,700, as you said, and less square footage homes in order to get more single stories. So I'm just presenting that's what it would take.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah, go
One
ahead.
thing. So I think the boat sailed on that one when council allowed him to shrink up the size of the. So I was on planning commission when this came for the first time. I was excited like everybody else. The biggest issue at that time for me was the fact that it had to be annexed. So the conversation was, no, we're not going to annex something unless it's special. I mean, there were all kinds of things said, like California kitchens. I remember first time I ever heard of the thing. They were talking about putting kitchens out in the backyard and stuff. That was,
This is going to be the Rancho Marietta of Galt is
yeah,
the one that
it was
specifically reminds me.
stated. So when it came back to planning commission, I voted against reducing the size of it. But, those are my negatives. But my positive is that is not Lennar's fault. I absolutely am glad that you brought up some of the issues that needed to be brought up. But I think that, and I don't want to mess up what you're doing right here, but, the project does meet the general policies stated by our staff. The things that I do like, the next gen suite was nice. The additions and the changes that they made, even though I was disappointed with, how we got to that point. I definitely agree with you. The fact that we're having to have these long conversations here, they should all been done in planning. But I do give them brownie points for coming around and making those changes, and I like the changes. Landscape and the mix that they've put in there because of the size of the lots, I think I'll support it. But I do still have a problem with the doors, that's all. I think I said 9 foot earlier, I meant an 8-foot door, sorry.
Two things. One, I wanted to add that I also would like to see upgraded street lighting throughout the facility, not the standard, galvanized street lighting that we have through the area. But the second thing that I wanted to ask was, and this is specifically for Mr. Splendario, is if we uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this, what is the legal ramifications for the city of Galt?
Yeah, so, what I will say is the Housing Accountability Act requires objective design standards. There's been a lot of discussion in the room about process and procedure. This is exactly the right procedure to go through. If you have an appeal and you disagree with the Planning Commission's decision, they had the right to exercise their discretion, but the Lennar also had the right to appeal. And one of the most fundamental grounds of the appeal is that the Planning Commission exceeded their discretion by denying a project without objective design criteria. That is a serious and paramount concern that I think it's important for this council to know, which I understand it does, but also for the public to know. There was discussion from the public about making sure that you make a decision based on the purview of this project, but you also need to make it based on the purview of the legal framework. And that's something understandably hard for everyone in this room to understand, especially those that aren't familiar with the Housing Accountability Act. But the state has been pushing local land use agencies and giving them less and less discretion. So the exposure, if there was a challenge, would be not only does the city pay the cost of our attorney's fees, but potentially the attorney's fees for the appellant as well, which could be in the magnitude of many six figures. So there is serious and formidable exposure to the city. This is not a scare tactic. This is just to put all that information so the council and also the public can appreciate how precarious and how difficult of a decision this is in light of everything else. So I think the discussion that we've had tonight thus far about trying to get some concessions and to make this a win-win has been very productive. I think that Lennar has shown that even since the Planning Commission, they've gone on a listening tour and they've made a lot of concessions to the product and to the project. And I think that I would encourage the council to continue that discussion, but that's the best way I would answer that in this public forum. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you.
I just to piggyback on that, not that I could piggyback on an attorney, but I think that's why it's important of having that history is that the decisions, regardless of who made them and who was on council or planning, the decisions were made, which is what legally have bound us to having to make a decision. It's why we're here today, because of the decisions that were and were not made. And so it's not necessarily trying to poke blame on anyone or, any either of the organizations. It's the point that this is we're here and there are some legal ramifications for whatever decision is made tonight. I do want to ask, and I maybe you said, but I'm not sure, put Lennar on the spot. Is there any possibility of getting the 8-foot garages, at least on some of them?
Our initial reaction to that is, from a marketing perspective, we don't really want the 8-foot garages. One of the things we've heard a lot throughout this process is we want to see less garage. There have been requests to remove the third garage, and from our perspective, going up a foot is only going to accentuate the garage, and we don't think it's actually going to fit a meaningfully different vehicle here. So that's our position with respect to the garage doors. I certainly respect the request, but I shared with you earlier the kind of 3 lens within which we evaluated all the requests: marketability, architect's recommendations, and whether or not it's going to delay construction. And, we view that one from the marketing lens that I don't know that if that's actually going to lead to a superior product.
Well, again, I wish that would have been discussed during Planning Commission, but here we are.
Yeah.
Chair, just for the clarification, I know, the product is already there. It change is very difficult. There is a cost involved that I have asked you one request to if there is too much cost, no, but what about that? For a few houses, did you guys considering anything, or is too much cost?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Sandu, you're
The few houses I asked, that's the only bigger house if you be able to make a double door.
Oh, So again, sorry to be a broken record, viewing everything through those 3 lenses. And what we discovered was that I think 7 of the 9 plans could accommodate a wider door. But what we found is that on the largest product line, the 2 Cedar Glen that are the biggest, could not actually accommodate the wider door. And we thought it would be pretty weird from an architectural perspective to have the largest homes with smaller doors than the smallest homes. So our architect didn't like that idea. From a marketing perspective, certainly not something that Lennar has heard from buyers that they desire double doors. And so that was viewed skeptically when we brought it to the marketing team.
Okay, thank you.
I have a specific architectural question. I'm going to ask you to pull a slide in a minute. But before I do that, I wanted to go back and kind of mention something that Bonnie talked about where she was saying that it was important to do, and we had a public comment regarding important to do research and understand, how we got to this process. And I had a question. Did Lennar? I'm just trying to understand, and I can't stress this enough. We really want to try to get this finished tonight. Okay, so this would be a very clear time for full transparency and just no pussyfooting around a question. Okay, for lack of a better word, I apologize. Did Lennar, when they brought this project from Townhomes, was there, I think 2 scenarios would exist. One was that you guys just simply looked at the conditions of the project and you said, sure, this would be great. I think this is what we, when you immediately went into this is what we would build here. Or was there some review of the process? Did you guys go back and do any research on the history of this project from the inception, like the meetings? Did you guys view any of the meetings and see what was discussed? Did you see the dialogue that had taken place between the two previous owners and all of that? So I'm just curious if did that take place?
It would be very atypical to have gone back and watched all the project approval hearings. Lennar bought this project, like I mentioned, closed in December 2024 on the basis of the existing project approvals, the vesting tentative map. Lennar is a large organization. I can't speak to what every person doing diligence on, on the project did, but I can tell you, the folks that have been actively engaged on this, no one was watching those hearings prior to acquiring the property. They looked at what are the entitlements, how long are they valid, and
Right.
what are we going to do?
Well, I bring that up because, again, for two reasons. One is because I felt like you guys seemed very blindsided by all the dialogue that took place through the planning process about why you guys were like, why are they expecting, and you guys were like, it seemed like you were kind of unaware of that. And then there's a paragraph in your legal briefing that you included that says, Lennar made substantial investments in developing the architectural design and fulfilling the conditions of the vested tentative map, including significant site development work exceeding $15.5 million. It had no notice from the conditions that it would be subjected to an arbitrary and subjective design review with the goal to create an elevated and non-ambiguous design. So basically what I take from that is that you're saying that you were not aware that after you spent and made a huge investment and started the project off, that you were going to then be subjected to a arbitrary and subjective design review by the Planning Commission. That seems apparent. I only would like to state that it just kind of befuddles me that the second, I think you guys are the second, that's what I've heard, a huge home builder such as Lennar Homes would not do its diligence and research a project that you guys were going to purchase and find out what the expectation was by that particular city. That just kind of baffles me, to be honest with you, because I think if you did, you kind of maybe would have been a little more prepared when you walked into those planning meetings and be prepared. So anyways, I just wanted to put that up. And I also would like to say, and Ryan, with your comment with, there's another statement here that says that the Planning Commission's decision, their design was an abuse of their discretion. I absolutely think that what the Planning Commission, even though that's gone now, was 100% did their diligence and what they were supposed to do, which was backing up the city council. Almost every comment was, this is not what the council approved. This is what, and again, not Lennar's fault because Lennar wasn't there, but you have to respect what the Planning Commission did in those 3 meetings was upholding the what that project was intended to be. That was their job, and I appreciated them doing that. They fought tooth and nail to try to protect that, and to state that that was an abuse of their discretion, I think is misguided, honestly. But could you pull up the slide that has I don't know which, I think it was Cedar Glen. I believe it was a blue house, and it had like vertical siding on the upstairs portion.
Sorry, this clicker is not working right now.
I believe it was.
Is anyone else able to?
He used to have the back.
Oh, I have it, but if you can share it with me real quick.
If I go all the way through from here.
Could someone help him with?
Sorry.
Can someone help him with the slide? Thank you. All right, so it's
Farmhouse designs you're talking about.
All right.
so
Looks like
so I'm
this
going to
is-
have 2 questions. One of them is regarding, and I'm looking for the floor plan, but I'm not seeing it, or the elevation, I'm sorry.
Mayor Farmer, you asked for Cedar Grove or Cedar Glen?
I don't know which one it is. I'm trying to find it.
Plan 3 elevations,
It
American
is-
farmhouse possibly.
It's the one that has vertical, there's 2, on the upper part of the 2-story, there's actually 2, instead of just the part that sticks out that has the window and then there's the vertical siding, it has 2 of them on the upper part.
American farmhouse, C, I believe.
This one?
No, keep going. I know I saw it in your slide. It was a 2-story.
It's got,
This one?
it's got the vertical siding both left and right
It's got vertical siding on both ends of the home, left and right,
on the upstairs.
on the upstairs portion. So it has
Yeah, it's
2.
on page 87 of the big book you gave us.
What's the name of the model, Matt?
It's the C, Plan 3, 2788, front elevations, the C American farmhouse of the Glen, I believe, Cedar Glen. Yes, that is correct. So we're talking about the same one.
So maybe, Matt, you can just show him, I just want it to be up on the slide.
He's
so I
got the
can-
big book. It's A87 page.
Thanks.
You didn't find it?
No, I didn't find it in that little packet. I don't know. It's in the big packet for sure.
Okay, so there's a, yeah, is it the California Ranch or Craftsman or American
Farmhouse,
Farmhouse?
I believe.
Farmhouse
It has the two upstairs.
with the white shutters, somebody mentioned.
Okay, Cedar Glen product line in this one, you've got it, 2788. So in,
Yes, Plan 3, 2788.
So I thought, I could have swore you had a picture of that up there on the,
it was, it's in this one. It's in this
What's in staff's presentation?
staff's presentation.
oh, it was in the stat?
Yeah.
Okay, but not, okay. All right, I get it. That's why, okay. Well, okay, frustrating. But, well, what I liked about that was like one of the homes that actually kind of stood out to me. And so you're looking at it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in that, what you see is you see vertical siding that basically goes from the bottom floor all the way up through the upstairs floor on the right side, right? And then over above the garages, you have the same siding that's kind of mirrored. And what it really does is it helps break up the stucco, because in some of these, it feels, I appreciate that you added some windows. So for example, if we're looking at the same page, this is the page you're looking at, right? The Cedar
looking
Glen
in
product line?
I'm looking in my book on,
Well, 3308, the 3308 square footage home.
yes.
Anyways, what you've done on the 3308 model is that you've kind of broken up the plain facade in the front with the smaller windows. It looks like kind of a Craftsman style window. And then on the one I was just mentioning, which is the 2788, that siding really helped break it up. I appreciate you guys adding that siding on there. I think it helps. And I think on some of the other models that seem very plain, I get that the style, so you have board and batten shutters on some of the houses. Obviously, you don't have siding on those, so that doesn't really go with that. But I'm just trying to find on some of these, it just seemed very like plain at the top end with that. And I wish there was one of them up. I could show you an example. I don't know. Scroll through. Let me see if I can grab another one out that would. Okay, stop right there. Nah, keep going. Those don't really have. And those single stories.
Mayor, is that in the city's staff presentation?
Yes.
Tina, can you pull up the staff presentation that Jenny did earlier?
Okay. All right, so keep going till we get to, or stop.
Right in the
That
center.
one in the very center, you see how there's a siding that goes all the way up, and then over the left, it has the other siding. That really helps break up that whole, like, just plain stucco boxy look at the home. That upper one on the left, that I feel like that's the problem with that one in the upper left. Now, I get that the one in the upper left doesn't have siding on it at all, so that would probably not go with the architectural style. But I feel like I don't know what it is about the upper left one, it just seems very plain on the top part. Whereas that one on the very bottom left, the 3308, you've done a good job with all those windows, especially those little 3 windows that are connected in the center. It really kind of breaks up that whole just plain face right there. So these are the kind of little things I think that makes a difference. Can you scroll one more, Tina? So on this one, that one in the upper right, again, I think that one, not too bad, but maybe, those 2 windows that are out on the edge there, maybe if those were dressed up with a little bit of siding, just like that's on the far right, just throwing that out there. Next slide. Anyways, those are just a few of my thoughts. Again, nothing groundbreaking, like, 8-foot garage door or double entry door or whatever. I understand your reasonings behind those. I mean, for me, honestly, look, the homes are not bad. You know, are they what I originally imagined for this project? No, but we already talked about that, and I don't want to keep being a broken record on that. But I think, you know, you're going to have a buyer for the homes. Somebody's going to buy them. I think, you know, hopefully you'll have a nice neighborhood. You did bring up the three-dimensional, so I did one more concern. I just thought of it. The one aerial photo where it shows the homes from a height.
He wants their presentation back up.
I think that's in our presentation.
Your presentation, okay. What I'm seeing in that picture is significantly more landscaping, and I'm not referring to like mature trees because I get that trees take time to grow. But as soon as you pull that up, I'll right there move the arrow down a little bit to the left, and to left. No, up to left. Right, over more up a little bit, right there, that one. So in this rendering, you'll see, I know it's hard to see because it's kind of small, but is there any way to make that bigger?
It's not expanding.
It just presentation mode might make it bigger.
If you got it.
Okay, so right, you can go back one, yeah. So see, you look on the house on the left, well, actually both of them on each end. There's a significant amount of landscaping there. Grass for one, very little bark from what I can tell, but yet the model we looked at, and I remember you guys telling me that specifically you couldn't do, you're only allowed to do so much sod because you have to do ground cover and whatever. So this right there is a huge difference compared to what I feel like we saw in the houses up there. So I mean, what is the on the landscaping stuff? Like what I know that's not under architecture, but I feel like I'm just asking questions here. Like what is the like what are you allowed to do as far as sod and stuff? Like because I feel like all these homes I'm seeing now, like especially the new Liberty Ranch project, it's like just a bunch of bark in the front yard and like some shrubs, and it's very, I don't know, stark.
Not lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have our landscape architect here.
Okay.
I can share that these are the landscape plans. Sod is planned for these. I mean,
I think in a packet, we have the large packet, it does show the landscaping and it does reflect kind of what my concern is, but, again, I don't want to waste any time on this. Again, it is what it is. Adjusting more lawn or having less lawn is not going to make a difference in the sale of the house, but.
Is that part of this tonight's approval or disapproval, or does that still have to go back before planning, the landscape?
That's separate.
It is separate, so that still goes to planning.
Well, it still goes to staff. That's it, and then staff sends
Okay,
it out too.
so message received, right, staff? Okay.
So is there any more public comment? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing so we can move along in this process here. Does anybody know?
No.
All right, no further public comment. Tina, you don't have any cards?
No.
You need to grab a card, David.
It says for parking.
That's for the RV parking, though. You sure? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. So with that, kind of flipping this back to council, any ideas, any thoughts of where we want to go at this point?
So Tim brought up a good point, that we've had a lot of ideas floating right now between all of us. I think that we probably need to bring back up those ideas and get a yay or nay from Lennar so that that's part of our actual final, correct, Mr. Splendorio? So,
Well, what I heard from them is, anything that was suggested except outside of the changes that you requested prior and they made those changes, anything that we mentioned tonight was like, yeah, we can't do that. That's what I heard.
well, even with what you just discussed, what he was talking about with extra,
Well, the door wasn't, we can't do it.
Can't do the
It
door.
it was, they thought that our planning commission had a problem with doors. But I know for a fact it was asked by planning commission to put in an 8-foot door. So it
Yeah,
was-
I do
it was
remember Mr. Jones bringing that up.
But either
I-
got
when I did.
lost or didn't get written down or something in that conversation.
Well, that's what we don't want to happen
But I know the
tonight.
planning commission did ask, Frank.
But I think their answer was the door, from their perspective, it'd be too much door from our market perspective. So I don't think it was not answered. I just think the answer was they're not sure there's a market for.
Yeah, they think it
bigger
wasn't a
door.
hard no. It was like, we don't feel like it's a good architectural idea from that standpoint. And look, and I'm not going to make a fool of myself stand up and, debating with a real architect on his choice of taste because, Jeff's an architect and I'm not. So I'm just simply yeah, it would be nice if it had a bigger door, but I'm not ready to die on that hill personally.
But your request about the extra, I don't know what you
It was
call
more of a
finishing
suggestion. I was
on-
just thinking it was more of a suggestion. I don't know the additional cost in that. I just was stating that one model, I did appreciate the look of that model. I did like that house. I thought that was a very nice looking house. Out of all 9 of them, that's the one that stood out to me.
Well,
That's simply all I was saying.
Your point of, the cost, this is why I bring up the door. The cost is not a huge issue for the door. They showed me tile floor, and then I found out, well, we're not getting tile floor. Now, I didn't make an issue of that because if somebody buys that, they know that, they're making that decision, they want to tear it out and put tile in, they're welcome to. But they, changing that front door after is an issue.
Is this a question? I don't know if this is for Chad or somebody else from your team, Lennar, but in regards to the door options, you stated that you guys go in and you build houses and you decide you're going to put this door in that house and this and this and that. And the person comes in, they buy the house, it's there. You don't actually give the buyer a choice to pick a door and stuff like that. You do give them a choice? No, you don't, right?
Correct.
So with that question, how many doors, without looking at it, if you guys can just give me off the top of your head, you don't have the packet open, how many different doors are we talking about are an option and how many have glass? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Roughly? Bonnie's pulling it up real quick, so.
Well, I think each one has 2 doors with glass and 1 door without, I believe.
Okay.
If I remember right.
That's
Be
what
off
I-
on that.
Two doors with.
For each model.
For
they
each
have-
model, 2 doors?
They have
Okay.
3 styles with 3 different colors.
but
So
that's
there's going
just
to be a
for-
lot of
that's just for
variety.
this one.
Yeah, I see,
basically
okay.
the same.
So, my only input was, I would like to, if there's something I would like to pick out, I think that would be an easy fix, because you already have them as options. I think the majority of the doors with glass, I think a plain door just really looks cheap, in my opinion. I go through these houses over here, and it just even when it's the real tall door like you guys do, it just doesn't look, I don't know. It just doesn't look,
Well, could we ask for any of them that are going to get planned with the glass doors to be 8-footers?
8-foot what?
8-foot doors?
On the,
So if you go with a plain door, you're going to get the shorter,
You get the standard.
you're going to get the standard short door.
is there door variances, height door? Go ahead, Jeff.
So I think you guys are talking about garage doors,
Garage
but I think
doors.
you're talking about entry doors now.
I'm talking about entry doors.
So on the entry
Oh,
doors.
we're on different, okay.
I
Planning
just wanted-
commission, yes, that's what
I
we're
just
doing
wanted
here
to
tonight.
refer you guys to page A56, which actually shows all the doors bigger. That's for Cedar Grove. And then if you go to page A128,
Okay.
that will show you all the profiles for the doors for Cedar Glen.
So the entry door and the garage door that are next to each other in those photos, that's the door that you would get with that would be together, right? That's like a package.
That's correct. And so just to be clear, the garage doors are 7 foot and the entry doors are 8 foot.
Okay. I was talking about the entry doors. I
Sorry.
think it's very, I don't know. Anyways, again, I'm not going to drag this meeting out talking about windows and doors and things. I think this stuff should all been done at planning. I think I just we're belaboring this with that. So I'm just open to letting my 4 constituents here decide what changes they would like to fight for or not. And then you guys can decide what you want to do. Are you ready to forego the lack of being able to do a larger
I'd like to
garage
see a
door?
percentage of 8-foot doors, garage doors,
Okay.
20%, 10%,
How does anybody else feel about that?
50% of the glass ones, any number, something.
Is someone taking notes? I'm
That's
trying.
what,
I'm trying.
Anything from you, Bonnie, or did you already kind of put in most of your thoughts prior?
well, I did put in a lot of thoughts, just so you know, there were a lot more than what they gave in. I had a lot of asks.
What were some other ones that you didn't see?
Well, I mentioned decorative, trying to get something decorative throughout. So whether it is a not non-functional, but some sort of lamp that's out on the street.
Oh,
So
right.
not necessarily the actual lighting, but that was on maybe every third property line or in between the lights or something. I understand why I knew that was a huge ask, so I got that. I would like to see something that goes throughout the entire neighborhood, so whether it was something possibly something decorative around each of the community mailboxes, because those are already out on the street, so whether you take the stone, did an arch over them, I don't know, I'm not creative that way.
Can you guys comment on that? Are the mailboxes for the homes, are they like the communal where you have like they're all stationary in one spot? And are they just a plain metal box like you see, or is there some sort of like decorative?
Postal Service doesn't do individual mailboxes anymore.
They can be a cluster box with the post office. Yeah, they can do it.
Post office won't deviate from the post office standard.
The post office required
Oh,
a
I thought they
cluster
were.
box, yeah.
No? Okay.
Well, they'll have the community, I mean, I've been in communities where they have decorative things around you can still have access front and back, but they do have, I mean, I threw out a lot of things that were just kind of far out there, and I get that. I was trying to bring some other cohesiveness to the entire community.
Tying the question into the garage door thing, can I ask you, can you give us some more insight as to what kind of HOA this is going to have? I'm just concerned, or is every HOA totally fluctuate between what the board or whoever's appointed in that community to dictate? Are those rules kind of made up on the fly, or are they usually pretty standard from community to community with HOA stuff?
They're fairly standard from community to community. I mean, the governing documents tend to look very similar.
So with this particular project, is this the kind of HOA where I've been in some neighborhoods where they won't they really frown upon vehicles being in the driveway? They want them inside garages.
I haven't seen the governing documents for this community, but I assume that would be the case, and that's typical, that you wouldn't want a lot of cars parked in the driveway.
That
Or
their
at least
cars need to
on the
be in the
street.
garage, right? So they need to be in the garage is what you're expecting it probably would be. I know the gentleman in the audience, I forget your name, sir. Yeah, you said you were a part of a HOA board or something prior. Can you elaborate on this question?
What?
Anybody? Thank you, Sean.
I can speak to it. So the CCNRs for this community do identify that first and foremost, you're supposed to use your garage for parking. And the idea is not to have vehicles park in the driveway if there are spaces available for them to park in the garage. So you first have to utilize your garage spaces with vehicles before you would be able to park them on the driveway.
Do you guys feel that's a sales hindrance? I mean, I'd love to hear from a real estate perspective, but I feel like Matt was saying, sometimes you can't even get these bigger trucks that you buy, like nowadays, just a stock, diesel pickup, F-350, blah, 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 whatever, with the height of it. I mean, I don't even know that it would fit in a 7-foot garage, or, I mean, maybe I guess it would 7, but I'm just worried, is that a thing? Because this is a little unique here, because you can't use your driveway, right? I mean, that's like a sales, that could be a big deal.
There certainly can be differing perspectives on the desire for keeping vehicles within the garages versus having additional space. But what we find overall is in a homeowners association that the ability to control the street scene and limit the amount of vehicles that are parking in the driveways is desirable. That doesn't mean that's 100% across the board, but that's what we tend to
So
find.
you're saying that there could actually be concessions with the homeowners association that says, like if someone's to say, well, my vehicle won't fit in my garage, that they'll make concessions for that stuff? Is that a thing?
There is an opportunity. Anything that is not specifically outlined in the CCNRs, the homeowners association does have the ability to make rules regarding. And so if there's not a specific prohibition of vehicles in a driveway, the association could make rules over time about when they enforce that versus when they allow flexibility if a vehicle actually doesn't physically fit in a garage.
Can I piggyback off that a little bit? First of all, those HOAs, this is my understanding, they're going to get their own board and they're going to make their own rules. So I think we're kind of spinning our wheels discussing what they could or couldn't do.
His request for bigger garage doors.
But Is there visitor parking? I apologize, this is one thing I didn't research on this. Is there visitor parking place availability in this development?
There is on-street parking allowed. Yes.
Just street parking, so there's nothing around that park area?
There are not separate designated visitor parking spaces, but there is the ability for visitors to park on
On the
the
street.
street. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
I think the goal is we want to get past this.
Good old Matt.
Yeah, that always comes from me. But I see the issues, right? I mean, there's still a lot hanging out there.
well, I
We
don't have
want-
any- I
we
don't have
want
anything
them to
further
get
add.
started. My
I don't have
opinion.
anything further to add. I just put it that way. So any additional requests of the design's not going to come from me.
But if we're gonna make a motion, right, to approve or deny,
So we can move it along.
and we move it along, and we want to put whatever the word is, constraints or like conditions on the approval, we have to have a list of what those
Agreed.
conditions are, and we don't have that list right now. I know that, you know, I mentioned the upgraded street lighting, and there was the talk about the 8-foot doors, so if we're gonna do that, we need to make a list so that we can then include it into the motion. And it needs to be an objective list, right? I know what Bonnie's trying to do, but making it look nicer throughout is not something that we have to have something a little more.
So just to be
finite.
clear, our choices are tonight are really defined into two categories. One is the council can uphold the planning commission's decision, which means to deny the appeal and adopt a resolution on the ground that it could not make enough requisite findings to overturn that or go a different direction. Number two is the council wish to sustain the appeal, reverse the planning commission's decision. It should adopt a resolution in the packet sustaining the appeal and reversing the planning commission's decision, and also or impose whatever modifications or conditions are desired for that approval. Again, I mean, playing devil's advocate though, I mean, you could say I'll approve it with the contingency that we do X, Y, Z, and it's still going to fall back to Lennar to decide if they want to say, because as far as Lennar concerned, if I'm understanding correctly, is they already feel like they're compliant with everything. So, I mean, I think that they're acting like they're just making these changes just to be a willing, like a compromise, I guess.
Frank looks like he really wants to say something.
Go ahead, Frank.
No, I was just going to say, basic parliamentary procedure, make a motion in light of the comments tonight on the historical issues with the project. It is paramount that the council can approve, if it chooses to sustain the appeal, i.e. to reverse the planning commission's denial and approve the design review application, to be explicit in whatever modifications it wants. And Lennar has indicated that there were several changes that they've made to the elevations of the project since the planning commission. So you could, at minimum, could include those. And again, if they are amenable to any of those other ones, we would add that to the list tonight, and we can move forward. So, I'm not hearing from Lennar. They're not willing to work with you on certain changes. They've already made some, and so I would just say make a motion, and or at least discuss what the potential motion would be. If it appears that Lennar has consensus with those, then you can make the motion and get a second and vote on that. So, but what I don't want to do is ever litigate what the motion was ever again. So we wanted to be extremely clear what that is, so we don't revisit this.
Well, so do we have, my concern is we have a packet. So let me ask you this, Jeff, this packet that we were presented with, the most updated one, does that reflect all of the architectural changes that you are indicating we've done X, Y, Z since you were at planning? Is that included all in those things? Because what I'm afraid I was just concerned we make a motion and we go, yeah, let's do all those things, and we don't even know what all those things were.
Well,
because they're not
one
dictated.
suggestion would be they propose a series of elevations based on Cedar Grove and Cedar Glen with the various plans, and they included in what they presented tonight various revisions dated September 16th, 2025. So the motion could include, at a very minimum, the modifications that were presented by Lennar in their PowerPoint presentation tonight.
And what we would propose is, we have slip pages for those renderings that Jeff showed you tonight that we've already presented to Jenny. Lennar is happy to make all those changes and for those to be included in a motion. Respectfully, we are not amenable to further design changes beyond what was presented tonight.
There you have it. Mr. Vice Mayor, what do you think?
Yeah, I think they heard what our what we would like to, but there is also question is how far the cost why guys can do it. But I don't know, it's a good faith, we can make a motion, you guys can make every effort, or we can say, okay, bring him back in next 2 weeks, and then if you want to make sure, so there is two.
What would that
So,
look like, Frank?
yeah, but what they said, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? They're amenable to the changes that are presented in this document that they presented on the 16th, and that's it. No other changes after that. Is that what you said?
That's correct. All the changes that were new tonight, we provided to Jenny earlier today, and we would propose that those be slip pages in the plans.
Right. So any of the things that we discussed here in the last however long we've been sitting here are not those changes. So what he's saying is it's either we accept the changes that were presented to the staff or we don't. Right?
None of those are the changes that, you said that some of the changes that were presented by the staff are changes that you requested, some of these that are noted in red right here?
These they presented, so that's what he's saying we can approve. That you're agreeing to.
Yeah, I believe there were 4 modifications that, Councilmember Rodriguez had presented that we said, yes, we've confirmed with marketing, land development, and our architect that we can implement those changes. And we provided those all to Jenny today saying we will do these.
And garage door height is off the table then.
Correct.
Okay. That just changed my vote. That just changed my vote. So I'm glad he made that statement.
Say again.
His statement just changed my vote.
And I'm sorry, I was deliberating with I didn't hear what he's doing.
So I was in support of moving forward tonight, but I think there needs to be further conversation
Because of,
because of those garage doors. They were asked for by, it's not a difficult thing to do.
and so,
And believe me, I have been a proponent many times of, us saying you got to put an extra light on there or whatever. But I think, as we've talked about,
Mayor, if I can add something to the conversation. After listening to the council and, their wishes for the architecture, and I don't want to minimize it, but I think in the larger picture, they are rather nominal and really don't impact the overall architecture, but probably create more of a burden on the developer than is really worth like the effort that you have. I have to appreciate Lennar and how far they've come, with the initial design. And I appreciate the council because I think you all recognize that is this exactly what you wanted? No. But I've heard the architecture is okay, and it's good. And this is a good subdivision. So the subdivision, you saw like the gated entry that will be viewed from the public. So the public view of this subdivision is going to be pleasant. It is going to be good. The architecture, while not exactly what we were hoping for, it's decent architecture. And the feedback I got from the council that had visited most of the site was overall relatively positive, that it felt like, the homes did portray better, out, personally in public. And ultimately, those that are going to buy the homes are going to see what they're buying. And the only ones that are going to view that subdivision are those that are inside. And, Lennar is in the business of selling homes, and I think we've all said we have no doubt that they will sell these homes. So then you factor in what the city attorney said, it seemed like we have like a course on where to go. So I understand, some of the emotion behind, this project, but I think we're at a point where it's pretty good, and it is a good subdivision. And I think we do better by getting this through tonight.
You want me to reply to that?
I do.
Yeah, I was very positive when we had our conversation, but I was under the understanding, I mean, if that's the case, we should have went to the motion at the start, because to me,
I love that.
because to me, we're having this conversation, we don't know what the motion is, and it was my understanding that we are the planning commission tonight, so that includes all these types of conversations. What else do we want?
Would you like to make a motion then?
So my motion would be to receive it as stated and including additional, increase the size of the garage doors.
How many?
All of them?
I'm going to negotiate and say 100%. What's Lennar say?
Lennar's, they're basically saying they don't want to do it.
Okay. And now if I don't get a second,
Is that a motion?
So so to be clear,
I'm
the
going to
motion.
say 100%.
So to,
If I-
cl- so
I'm
to,
going to give that
all right.
motion if I don't get a second.
So to clarify your motion, Mr. Pratton, is you would like to grant their appeal, in support of their appeal, with all the architectural changes that have been presented this evening,
As submitted.
as submitted to staff, with the one change that you would like to see increased size height on the garage doors for every home.
Correct.
So that's Mr. Pratton's motion. Does anybody want to second that or no?
All right, I will do the second.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. Seconded by the vice mayor. Does anybody want to make any pros, any alternate motions?
No, but I have a question for the attorney.
Yes.
Could be discussion on the motion.
Yeah, there's a first and a second.
So if we were to do this, that's just as, and they don't agree to they don't agree to it. Does that put us in the exact same position as
They
if
can
we
challenge
denied
us.
it?
They can challenge us in the Superior Court.
Yeah, but they have the chance to think about that. They have the second look at what kind of cost, we want to go that path or we want to go that path.
Well, I'm wondering
That's
if
not mean
if the
we are denying-
repercussion is the same, if they choose.
If they choose not to consider that, then they have the right to challenge us in the Superior Court, yes.
And that was with us possibly paying their attorney fees as well as ours into the 6 digits.
Well, somebody can feel free to make an alternate motion if they want to.
Mr. Chad, Mr. Chad,
I think I would do maybe a compromise of 50%. But what Frank is saying, if we approve it, we can make an alternate motion. We're back to like, well,
I want to specify the height to be 8 feet for the garages.
we're gonna wait. We're gonna hold up and not vote on motion just yet.
Can we deliberate? Is that how that works?
We're allowed to deliberate still, right?
yeah.
I mean, if the
It's a public meeting.
that's not
Somebody
something
got something to
if that's
say.
not something you guys are in favor of, then you could always compromise and say you can make an alternate motion saying no. I don't want to do the 8-foot door. or you can say
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask the question. Whatever council member Patton requested, did you have anybody in your staff can approximate the cost? Or what kind of difficulty you have? So we,
Yeah, it'll require revisions to the structural plans. So it would cause some delay. I'm not suggesting it would be, how significant would it be? I guess what I would offer Councilmember Pratton is we are as eager to get going on this project as you can imagine. I shared our perspective on the doors. It's not a reluctance for reluctance sake, is because we don't think it from a marketability standpoint. And we did hear from planning commissioners who actually thought we want to see less garage. So I hope you can at least understand our perspective. If this is the final request and this is meaningful to you, I think what we would offer to do is the increased height on the garage doors on the Cedar Glen product type, which is the higher end product type. And our sincere hope would be that we would turn around those revised plans as soon as possible. I think probably within the next week on our end. We hope they would be processed, and we trust they would. Your staff has been wonderful to work with, really expeditiously, so that we can start construction as soon as possible.
So Cedar Glen, that's about a third?
That's half. It's 102.
Half. 102, yeah.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, is your Lennar's counter to you, Matt, is to do half of the project with your increased door height? Is that, am I understanding?
I'd accept that to move forward.
You gotta amend the motion.
So if that's the case, now we have a first and a second before the body, so the body needs to consent to withdraw that motion, and I ask for a new motion. Is there consensus for have him withdraw that motion?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So you're free to make a new motion.
So a new motion, just like the last motion,
Well, not exactly.
except that it's going to be 50% garage doors at 8 feet.
No, I want to perfect that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's 7 feet to 8 feet
Cedar.
garage doors for Cedar Glen.
For Cedar Glen. Okay, thank you.
Increasing it from 7 to 8 feet for the Cedar Glen
Correct.
You got that?
Correct.
But,
Okay, Tina, you got that?
but I would like to, think you need to add some language, including all the architectural changes that were presented tonight as this currently
As stated
stated.
before, yeah.
And,
All the
no
updated
other,
versions.
this is very important, no other changes to any condition unless it's specifically stated in the verbiage that you just gave. I don't want to see any other verbiage change in there. I don't want to see anything else removed
Yeah,
or added.
in light of the history of this, I understand why you want that, but that's surplusage in the motion. What I mean by that is the motion is this. The motion is to sustain the appeal with the revisions that were submitted in the slip plans to Ms. Carloni today, plus for Cedar Glen, raising the garage doors from 7 feet to 8 feet. There can be no other changes other than that. So I would just say,
Well, I just want to be sure, because I don't want them to come back and go, well, because we had to do the 8-foot door, we took out the doors with windows or something like that, and that was just, sorry, but we had to do that. And then but because there was no verbiage about specifically how many doors were going to have windows and all that, that's something they just like a bait and switch kind of thing.
well,
know what
then you
I'm
can
saying?
add the word only. The only changes will be to sustain the appeal and with the design as presented, with the only modifications, which means you can't make any other, the only modifications being the slip plans that were presented to Ms. Carloni, plus raising the garage doors from 7 feet to 8 feet on the Cedar Glen product line. And those would be the only changes.
So that's the motion on the floor right now.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, motion is presented by Councilman Pratton, seconded by Councilmember Reed. Is there any alternate motions before we take a vote? All right, well, with that, can you have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Pratton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Farmer?
No. Good luck with your project, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I feel like exhausted.
All right, well, I'd like to thank everybody who came here for our next item, for your patience. I think the lesson to be learned here for all those in the audience or those who are watching at home is that contrary to what most people in Galt think, that we just roll over and let developers do whatever they want, it's actually on the contrary. So, next subject, I'm trying to find my agenda here. Give me a minute. I got a mountain of paperwork on my desk.
I think we're all sympathetic.
All right. All right, we're moving on to item H, regular calendar. From the city manager's department, the subject tonight is item H1, review, RVs, boats, and trailer parking on residential property. Mr. Arias.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members, Interim City Manager Chris Arias. The item you have before you is a follow-up to a presentation we provided to you on April 1st of this year, where we went over the code regulations regarding the parking of RVs and trailers. So at that presentation, we explained Galt Municipal Code 8.20.110, which basically governs where you could park an RV, boat, or trailer. So we were asked to provide this information and rationale for why we have that code based on some community feedback that the council and others had received. So we were directed at that meeting to do some further research, on the item and then come back at a later date. So here we are. One of the things we did was a survey among Galt citizens to see what their thoughts were on that item. So Code Enforcement Supervisor Gadati is going to provide the results of that survey. After he's finished, you'll hear the staff recommendation. And based on what we have seen through Galt and the results of the survey, we're going to recommend that, the existing code basically remain unchanged. Council will see, the results if he hadn't already. But just, a recap on how we addressed illegal RV parking, in the past. I know there's some thought out there that we ignored it. We did not. If we got complaints on illegal parking in the past, we always followed up, but admittedly, we were limited on staff, so it didn't fall to the top of the code enforcement list, but they were addressed. We were always a complaint-based system. We were not proactive, and that is still the case, that we are not driving around the city looking for illegal RVs and trailers. The only change we have had, and that's really since we've had more staffing in the department, is that if they were responding to a complaint, that if there was another RV, boat, or trailer illegally parked, they would address that if they saw it. But it's not where we were cruising around the city just looking for that. And I will say, I've been involved in code enforcement in the city for the past 15, well, not the past 15 years, about 15 years total. And the complaints on illegally parked RVs, boats, and trailers was probably the most common complaint that we've gotten. So it was very prominent. And it still is to this day. So with that, I'll turn it over to Code Enforcement Supervisor Gadati, and he'll go over the results of the survey. And then staff will be available for questions when we're finished.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City staff. My name is TJ Gadati. I'm the Code Enforcement Supervisor for the City of Galt. I'd like to thank our interim city manager for the introduction. I'm going to go ahead and get into this presentation here. I'm going to go to our second slide. Change it over for you guys. This is kind of a quick overview, Galt Municipal Code, Section 8.20.110, but specific Section K. I'm going to leave it up there for a minute so you guys can kind of review that. It's not just about RVs. It's boats, RVs, campers, trailers, even your box trailers. It has to do with your front lawn, front yard setbacks, side rear yards. A lot of it has to do, even if it's an RV access area, you still want to have that
TJ, I have
3
a
foot
question.
wide.
This was not in the report.
What's that?
This was not on the report, right? This was in the package? I'm talking, this slide was in the package or no?
Should be.
No, this slide was, and I apologize.
I don't see
there
in the
was an
package.
adjustment to the presentation. I believe today I need to check with the Assistant City Manager Mendez, but it may have been inserted late.
Oh, okay.
And essentially it is, verbatim of the Galt Municipal Code in that section.
So my apologies.
Thank you.
I thought it
No,
was-
thank you, but I don't see in the package, that's why.
So you take a look at that there, it's our general code, and these codes are pretty specific and pretty consistent in any jurisdiction, statewide and national, when you take a look at city codes with regards to that. Thank you very much. I have a loud voice, so, Survey overview. The purpose of our community survey was to determine if the municipal code should remain the same or be modified. The goals: assess community awareness, identify residents' concerns. Engagement. Social media campaign provided residents with information about the current code. We had over 8,581 surveys mailed with our June 1, 2025 utility bills. Response options: it was paper, mail, drop-off City Hall, or the QR code. The timeline was June 1 to July 7, 2025. Out of the surveys that were sent out, we received back 1,185 responses, 14%. 801 electronic, 384 paper that were dropped off. Take a look at that right there as I change to the next slide. The first question, pretty straightforward. Do you currently own any of the following vehicles? And it was selected all apply. 13% of respondents said they own boats. 14.35% said they own trailers. 15.27% said they own an RV or motorhome. 10% utility or cargo trailer. None of the above was 62%. That's question one. Go to question two. Where these vehicles currently parked or stored, select all that apply. That went out with the survey questions. So out of the folks that responded, it was 5.4% in the garage, 17.72% in a fenced side or rear yard, in the front yard or paved driveways, 8%, and an off-site storage location, almost 15%. I do not store any such vehicles on my property, almost 61%.
So TJ, can you hold that slide for a minute? What I like about this question and the slide, and it shows that, well, clearly the majority of folks don't own, an RV or boat or trailer that responded, but those who did respond, the majority of them follow the law or the rule. They're parked, either in their garage, they're parked at, an off-site facility, or they have it behind their fence. Only a small percentage actually have it, or at least for those that responded, have it in front of their home.
So just to clarify, sorry.
It's okay.
Just to clarify what I'm reading here, previous slide stated, what was the total? Is it the same? Does it reflect the same as that number in the bottom where it's 60.42%? Is that the same number as the
It's pretty close when you go to.
when it said we don't have? I'm just trying to get a snapshot of how many people don't have the vehicle, so this question wouldn't apply. Well,
So the first slide was 60.42.
it was 62, so roughly
Yeah.
60%, because that would right
On
because
both slides.
obviously they wouldn't. The bottom graph there would indicate they don't have something, so it wouldn't be relevant. So 60%. Okay.
I do have a question really quick on that. First slide, was there any way to tell if an individual owned, say, an RV and a boat?
So at times when we go out there, you'll see a location that will have multiple items. Might have a RV, a boat, a storage trailer, a boat, a
But
camper.
the survey didn't
The survey
reflect
didn't-
that?
It didn't separate that. It was just kind of a general what do you
But
have.
could they choose both?
They could, yeah. It says
Okay.
select all that apply. So even on the questions, so if you have all those selected, that applies to you.
So that number that shows how many people actually own recreational vehicles could be less than the actual, you know what I mean? Because if they owned multiple, they'll show up 3 times rather than just one household has one or they have 3. Anyway, okay,
So what I go ahead.
sorry.
You were, I was saying what I take from this is basically based on just this graph here is that out of 100% of people polled, again, this is only people that responded. I want to be clear. I want to state 100% of population because this is a snapshot. 40% of the 40% of the people polled own said RV, boat, whatever. And out of that 40%, 9% of the, or 8.95 store them technically illegally according to current code.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, continue.
So we'll go to question 3. Are you familiar with the current regulations related to storing and parking boats, trailers, and RVs on residential property in Galt? Yes, 67.43%. No, 32.57%. Question 4, and our survey result. What are your primary concerns, if any, regarding the parking and storage of these vehicles in residential areas? Select all that apply. 66.53% aesthetics, neighborhood appearance. 53.44% property values. 64.49% visibility, traffic safety. 63.98% blocking sidewalks or driveways. 23.45% not a concern to me at that time. based on the survey questions that went out.
Can you leave that up for a second?
Sure can.
Pretty close between all those.
Okay.
Question 5. This is the last question on our survey. In your opinion, should the city of Galt allow residents to park recreational vehicles, boats, or trailers in front of their homes, e.g. on driveways, lawns, on the streets in front of residential properties? Yes, this type of parking should be allowed, 25.27. No, this parking should not be allowed, 67.37. And unsure or need more information, 7.35. Mr. Rice, did you want to add something to this?
Not at this time.
Okay. Staff recommendations as we move forward. Over 2/3, 67.37% of respondents are aligned with the current code. Galt Municipal Code 8.20.110, specifically Section K. Community priorities reflected: preserving neighborhood aesthetics, ensured roadway safety, reducing potential nuisances. Staff recommendation: maintain current code with no changes. Alternative: implement a 3-month enforcement moratorium for residents who receive violation notices. Provide time for off-site arrangements while preserving long-term code intent. At this time, this is the end of the presentation. If you guys have any questions.
TJ, I have one question. The survey question, when we make this question, did we hire somebody from outside, or you guys as a staff make these questions?
So at this point, if you don't mind, I'm going to turn it over. We have a great community engagement specialist that uses SurveyMonkey, that uses good algorithms, good data that it was created to identify the needs of the community based on what we heard from the initial council presentations, and this kind of formulated our questions.
Okay. And then question number 5. If you say you guys are asking on the question number 5, 3 options altogether: driveway, lawn, and street.
Correct.
And let's say, my opinion, I may be on the lawn, nobody can like. If anybody park on the lawn, nobody will like. And there is a percentage. Well, they will say if somebody park on their driveway, the people might well say, okay. If they drive on the front of the house, is okay. So this answer to this question, your percentage on the will be not a lower than 67 point. I'm just hypothetically asking. If when you answer, you put 3 questions, the opinion to the person, okay, did you like somebody park on a lawn? My opinion is most of people can say no. Mm-hmm. But if the same question you asking if somebody park in the driveway on the front of your people's opinion, so it can be, I'm talking about these surveys can be hard to answer that question.
Are you talking about specifically question 5?
Yeah, specifically that question.
I think at times, you try to be more inclusive at times to try to paint a bigger picture, because one of the issues that was brought up when this first started, people did mention parking my work trucks on the street, parking RVs on the street. So I think what we try to do was show a totality of the issues that were brought forward, not just, parking on your residential property, because we can get into storage of trucks and even RVs, with gross vehicle weight and parking and, PD issues with, over 72 hours. So I think we try to paint a bigger picture than just kind of residential. We wanted to get a full input and full impact from our community, because those were issues that were brought up as we were moving forward with these initial council meetings. And they were brought up in council with many folks talking about work trucks. It's parked on my street, but then it addresses gross vehicle weight. So we really try to be probably more inclusive and to include all those questions.
No, no, I just want to be clear because it's like in 67.34%. This is a major majority of people want.
It's
But I'm
definitely-
telling it be as hypothetically, if we have 3 questions, is I ask this separately, this figure can be a little bit lower. I don't think this can go
Vice
more.
Mayor, I see what you're saying,
Yeah.
and in hindsight, we probably should have just eliminated a couple of those. I don't
Right.
think it alters where, I don't think it alters the conclusions of the survey. And I say that for a couple reasons. One, if you go back to the slide or the question that talks about, are you familiar with the current code? There was certainly over 60% that are familiar with it. So they understand what the issue was. Then two, if you look at the narratives that people were able to answer and respond to, and I think we included that in the packet, people were a lot more clear about they were opposed to the driveway. So then it became more specific to the driveway. So I think, if you want to have a factor that, okay, maybe you take out 5-10% of, you still have, okay, you may not have your super majority, but you still have your majority that prefer to keep the code the way it is.
Thank you
So,
for the
Vice
clarity.
Mayor, one of the things, this could have been a 100-page slide because there was notes based on the questions and people, it was more detailed. This is why I like it, this is why I don't. So whether they were for or against it.
Was there a spot on the survey where they were allowed to leave a note? They could write something, right?
Very extensive.
180.
There was about 180 that were, out of the total that had a note? Okay.
186.
Yeah, the 186.
That should have been included as part of your staff report.
It's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the staff
It was
report.
a lot of material.
My screen keeps going back and I keep having to sign in like every 10 seconds, so I just gave up on it. I'm just looking at the
There
slide.
was extensive notes on many folks that submitted their questions. It wasn't just yes, no. There was folks that, wrote paragraphs, which is, that was the goal and the intent.
TJ, sometimes this question is not my question. I just want to clarify with the public. Because sometimes public asks the question instead of I'm answering it much better. This coming from the staff.
Sure.
So this is a public meeting. That's why I asked it. Thank you.
So I think just to understand your questions is, there was a concern, and I think there's been some comments I saw online where there's been people discrediting the survey, saying that, there was some lack of certain questions or something they feel like could have changed it differently, and I read some of those. So I think one of the concerns was maybe, and if I'm hearing correctly, is that this only kind of referred to boats, RVs, and trailers, but maybe it didn't cover the topic of a work vehicle or something? Is that kind of is that what I'm hearing?
Because when we did these presentations, there was people that, in the first council meetings, people were talking not just about what was on the driveway or property, but what's parked in front of the home. We're getting GoGov requests on a daily basis with RVs, on your property, on the street. We work directly with Galt PD if stuff is, parked 72 hours or if it's not operational.
Right.
Whether it's on the street or property. So
No, I'm just
a
simply
lot of
asking
times
if there
these
was,
issues blend together. They really do.
So
blend
Mayor,
together.
maybe I can answer that question too, is we did not include, like work vehicles on the street. They really fall under different rules, not like that code section that we had listed. So some of the commentary that we heard at the first meeting on April 1st, when looking at the work truck that public speaker spoke about, that doesn't fall into that code section. It was really by weight. I mean, when I looked at it and was showed photos from code enforcement, it was essentially a big rig diesel, not like suitable for like a neighborhood. So it fell into different rules, not.
Falls under chapter 10.32 gross vehicle weight. So it's, yeah. And
so,
that's-
but I'm just wondering where, like, for example, you have like a food truck. Like there's a certain neighborhood in town where there's several food trucks actually parked in their driveways, and actually that's their business, and they park it at the end of the night. So because it's parked in the driveway, that's not PD's purview. So where does that fall? Does that fall into this code reference, or is that different?
It definitely can, because now you're getting
Like
into
like
other
like
issues too,
like
right?
even a box truck, like an Isuzu box
So
truck.
I
I've
would
seen that.
I would argue that the food truck that parks in the driveway is off the street, but is out on a regular basis, I don't think we've had the complaints on it because it's not parked permanently in the driveway.
I just had an email about it, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so
Just asking how that
So
fell
if it
into
was parked permanently, cobwebs start building up on it, we would probably address it. And so,
So is it allowed, and I'm just simply asking questions so I can understand what falls under code. So like say somebody's a flea market vendor, right? And they have like an Isuzu box truck, you know what I'm describing, right? The kind of box, that truck, and it's backed into their driveway. Is that allowed?
So that also falls into home occupation, how you're using that vehicle. Do you have two vehicles with your business name? So
Because I think it's a good question, because if we're sitting here talking about,
I get it, Sean, but
if 60% of the people are saying their concerns are with RVs and boats is that they block view, that they take away from the look of the neighborhood, blah, 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 there's all these different reasons. I think squarely an Isuzu box truck would fall squarely into that, right? But it's a vehicle, not a.
so those are things
recreation.
that we'd look at. We look at various codes that we could address it. All right, is it a home occ? Do you have more than two businesses? Or do you have more than two vehicles with your business name on it? Those are other issues that we address. If it's presented to us and there's a violation there, we always work from a point of compliance. If there's not a violation there, then we also will let them know, well, and if somebody wants to leave a name and number, hey, they're currently not in violation, but we did go.
But to clarify, this is only, I'm referring to something parked in the driveway. Now, if something like that's parked on the street, then it is under the purview of the PD. It's a different animal.
Again, if it's constantly moving though, then, and it's an operational vehicle, that's.
Okay.
So
I just trying to understand.
I just want to bring up that we're addressing the code that's up on the thing, right?
Yeah.
That is specific in the code. It says boats, trailers, campers, motorhomes, and unregistered or non-operative vehicles and mobile equipment, which doesn't cover the box trucks and all these other
I know,
things.
but I think the general public, it wasn't looking at this thing right here, and then we've been getting inundated with people coming in and saying, my work vehicle this, my work vehicle that. I'm a carpenter and I have a truck and I have a little cargo trailer that I tow to a job site every day that has my saws and things in it. If I unhook that in my driveway temporarily, or if it's hooked up to my truck out in front and I come and go each day, I mean, these are the questions that I'm getting. So I'm trying to, navigate the nuances of those things. I would say on that particular instance, even though we haven't got to that point, I would say to that person as well, to be honest with you, I don't think that the city code enforcement is as concerned about someone who may unhook his trailer for a day and takes it to a job site and it's leaving constantly. I think the code enforcement is more concerned with a trailer or something that sits, consistently like day in and day out, day and night and not moved very often. That's the ones typically. Am I wrong?
Right.
Okay. So, I mean, again, I know TJ uses discretion on things, right? It's, it's not. With that, let me ask you a question. I had somebody ask, I just remembered this. Do you know how many people thus far, I would say recently, have actually been fined so far for something into this specific code? I mean, noticed is different than fined. Warning, like, hey, you need to do something, but actually fined, where are we at with that?
So
How many?
even if somebody's fined, I mean, once they get compliant, we'll work with finance, and many times we rescind the fine. Our goal is always compliance, even if it's 6 months in. Hey, I finally moved it. I had somebody over in the Beaver Park area. They finally moved their RVs. They were at, I think, 1,500 in fines. We just rescinded the fines because the ultimate goal is compliance. We don't want to fine people. Historically, I went over this with Mr. Rice earlier today. In the past 6 years, 1,800 cases opened total, 276 cases specific to Section K. So about 15% in the past 6 years, as Mr. Rice stated earlier, it's probably 1 in 6 to 1 in 5 cases at any given time are related to this issue. So we're constantly out there, but the goal is not to fine. Our goal is always compliance. Are there some cases to where we've fined some people and maybe the fine stood, but even if it's 1,000, we will rescind it down to 100. 9 times out of 10, we'll actually remove the fine, in total, and reach out to finance. They're incredible. We have a great partnership. I say they're in compliance, let finance know, and then no more documentation. That case is now closed.
I have to say that I've gotten, we heard, public comments last meeting. We've heard, I get people come talk to me, excuse me, in person. I get emails, people, I mean, all sorts of contacts that I get on this subject. Just for the record too, the last time we had this meeting that we discussed this, I was not present. I love the comments online about how I was scared to come to the meeting and I ditched it on purpose. Just for y'all know, I've missed 3 council meetings in 7 years, and I was in North Carolina. So And I specifically asked the council not vote on it because I wanted to be culpable for whatever decision was made. I didn't want to be able to go, well, hey, if you're not happy with what the council, don't blame me because I wasn't here. No, I think we all deserve to be a part of this decision, so that was why we didn't decide then. But with that said, Mr. Spondario, so I think one of the main topics I keep hearing is, I think if I was to ask, everybody in this room who's here on the subject, or anybody for that matter, if they want the city to look nice, everybody's gonna go, yeah, they would raise their hand, okay? Okay, so do you want your neighborhood like, yes, everybody raise their hand. But then you get into the subject, it's like, well, what's the subject? Well, what's nice, what's whatever, and then that's where you start having the division of what people's, differences are. I also think that if I said, showed them a picture of some derelict little dumpy, utility trailer that had like a washer and dryer on it or some, whatever, and it just looked really bad, they're going to say, would you want that in your neighborhood? And probably overwhelming people are going to go, no, I don't want that there. Even the people that have stated, like, I feel like I should be able to do whatever with my property, they would still probably go, yeah, that's kind of whatever. So I feel like where we get back to is that people are genuinely agree that we want to have something to keep our city looking a certain way, but we get into the nuances of, what's a well-kept trailer, what's a well-kept RV boat, covered, not covered, blah, blah. So my question with you, Mr. Spondario, is, are we able to differentiate? Is code enforcement, can we go out and say like, I know that something's not registered and not registered, that's different, but if somebody's go out and say there's a utility trailer, let's just say it's a little small travel trailer, they can go out, are we able to put certain parameters where it says that it has to be cleaned or washed on a regular basis, or it has to be covered, or it has to have good paint on it, or, it has to be in good condition? Tell me about nuances of legalities there.
Yeah, so in terms of the aesthetics, it's very hard to codify aesthetic standards that would be objectively clear to both code enforcement and the public. You want to have standards, and really this goes to due process. You really need to have, for people to be on notice for what they need, it has to be clear enough for them to be able to comply. And so it is difficult in the realm of aesthetics, which is what we're talking about, nice, good paint, well-maintained, washed, whatever, to codify that in an objective and concrete way. It's very, very difficult.
Well, we just had a 2.5-hour discussion on what looks good, so.
I wasn't going to go there, but yes.
Hey, we do have public comment. There's a few.
Yeah, I know.
Can I ask
I'm just
TJ
teeing up the
one quick
conversation.
question, though? You said that, I think you said 217 complaints and whatever the time frame was, are that opened? So my question is that how many complaints? Is there a difference between how many complaints came in and how many actually were opened?
So once a complaint comes in, we open a case.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it
like
is.
we take, if you come in and you've taken the time to call us, we're gonna do our due process, our due diligence to go out and take a look at it. We don't blow anybody off. Like, if you come in and if, sometimes somebody's one, sometimes somebody's 100 just because the caseload, but we will eventually get to that case. We'll take a look at it for you.
And that was over what time period?
So that was a 6-year time frame. It was 1,800 cases, 276 cases directly related to Section K, about 15.2, 2.6%.
Because I myself feel like I've had the 76 complaints to me in the last year, so, anyway, okay.
All right, well, I guess we can take some public comment. The reason I usually like to allow dialogue with the council before we go to public comment is because I feel like sometimes, and I've noticed this, that you're only allowed to speak once. So a lot of times people will come up right away and they speak a comment, and then they see the dialogue of the council and the deliberation, and they're like, oh man, I want to make a comment on what they just said or what they said, whatever, and then you can't because you had your one shot. So we will take public comment, but what I will let you know though is, be mindful if you want to wait for more dialogue to happen before you walk up here, you could maybe do that. I will warn you, I will give you like the last warning for public comment before I end that opportunity, just letting you know. So with that being said, does somebody like to make a public comment now? That's turned a card in, is there any? So we'll call your name if you want to come up now or you want to wait, it's up to you.
Brian King.
Hello, everybody.
part of the last conversation about the HOAs and stuff, we would never buy a house in an HOA because we don't need people telling us what to do. We would never do that. But now I find out that the city has an HOA. I've been in Galt 13 years, and the first 10 years that I was here, I had a 14-foot trailer parked in my driveway. Nobody ever said a word. I've got a huge driveway that accommodates a trailer that size. It's a cargo trailer, not a camping trailer, not a motorhome, nothing else. I also want to bring up the fact that our home got a certificate from the Beautification Committee saying that we were the home of the month, dated April 20th, 2023. We got this certification with a 14 or 12-foot trailer in my driveway, okay? So now I have a lot smaller business. I got rid of the big trailer. I have a 4x6 trailer, very small. Pictures from people that have complained. And if you look at these pictures, you know darn well, number one, that it actually matches my house. It's not aesthetically displeasing at all. It's a very tiny trailer. There's 14 houses on my street. I live on Mallard Drive. There's 14 houses on my street. Half of the people on Mallard Drive have trailers, boats, and motorhomes. I'm the only one that got 2 complaints. TJ says, and his people I talk to there say that they don't go out looking for it. So obviously somebody has to turn me in. So somebody's out to get me is the way I look at it. Or there's somebody in town that owns a storage facility that sends people out to take pictures in order to get us to, that's a conspiracy theory, I know, and I don't appreciate you laughing, but that could be true. When you look at these 2 pictures, they are almost identical, and I'm told that they were from 2 different people. One of these says a courtesy notice. One of these say a final notice, and I don't understand that, but they are 2 different pictures, you can tell, but they're by the same camera, probably by the same person. Mallard Drive is a very safe street. We all have cameras. We have pictures of folks driving down the street taking pictures. And it's this one car in particular. We got a plate, we got a description, and now what we're doing is going around to see where this person is. What upsets me a lot is I didn't get that survey because my bill is auto pay, so I don't get a bill every month. So it wasn't a fair way to distribute the survey, in my opinion. I also agree with Vice Mayor Sandu that number 5 question is not a fair question because obviously I wouldn't want anybody parking their stuff on grass, but parking their stuff on a driveway, if it's not impeding, if it's not a safety hazard, if it's not an aesthetic hazard, I don't see a problem in being able to do that. I just don't get it. I also don't understand why I don't have my constitutional right to confront my accusers. So I was told by code enforcement that if I knew who was doing it, that, I might get mad at them or retaliate. Well, you know what? The way you're working this is if we have to report it, and if you're going to enforce this thing, I'm going to go around. They're going to get 100 reports from me every day, because in my neighborhood, in the Bird streets, there are probably 100 vehicles that fall in this category that have been there as long as I've been there. 13 years, never had a problem, and all of a sudden, when these storage units get built, I have a problem, and or because of my business, I'm pretty known around town because of what I do. Somebody doesn't like me, and they're pointing me out. But whatever it is, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. If you guys look at these pictures really up close, you can see that it's not aesthetically displeasing. It's not in the way of You can't see the street around you. We got tow trucks on our street. We got commercial vehicles on McFarland.
Go ahead and take a few minutes, seconds to wrap up. Your time's up. I
Okay.
gotta keep you guys.
And they never get notices. So I'm just upset about that. In fact, we got this award, and our whole street now has updated their houses because we set the example. And we got a very nice street, very good people,
Thank you, Mr. King.
but very lousy ordinances.
Sorry,
Chris Bossman.
I have to keep people accountable to their time, so please try to keep it to 5 so we can get everybody a chance to speak.
Thank you, Council. Been lived in Galt for a long time. Really, I got ticketed probably 10 years ago for my motorhome sitting out in front of my place. I've got a boat, I've got trailers. I would have had to check extra boxes on that thing. But I don't keep them in my house. But when I pull up and, you're planning a trip camping, I have to tell you, it's kind of a pain in the neck to come home and find a red slip on your camper because it's been sitting there for 10 days. I think that's a little ridiculous, but I pull it forward 3 feet and the police come by and put another chalk mark on it, and hey, it moved, so they can't do anything. I think for the longest time, I will support keeping the existing code. And I will say we did not see any problems where it's infrequent. It was really, as was brought up earlier, if there was an issue, that's when code enforcement came out. Said someone had to call on you. Pure and simple. But at the beginning of this year, in a certain month, we had a certain huge spike of everybody getting notices around town. And that's really where this heat came out. Now, I don't know if someone took his job serious or if someone else gave him direction, but something changed. Because even my neighbor next door to me got a notice for his little trailer sitting in front of me, and Lord knows if it's only visible to me, so I know I didn't call and complain. But one of the things I would say, I am in favor of keeping the ordinance out there. I do believe that we need to keep it, but I do believe that it has to be reinforced that we are not going out except with answering a complaint. Because at the beginning of this year, I cannot believe that someone didn't come up with the wise idea. TJ brought up fines, so I'm just gonna, fines is a slippery slope, and I can say right now in Galt, I probably feel pretty comfortable, TJ, that we're not looking at it as a revenue stream. But you may be aware, there's other municipalities that are looking at it as a revenue stream right now. Stockton, looking at it as a revenue stream. Driving a little around one of those little cars with the cameras on top, taking pictures right and left. I'll agree with you. You drive down my street, you'd probably find 10 violations. I drive by a horse trailer that's uglier than hell every morning. It's got a pile of crap in it. TJ probably already knows where it is. But it doesn't bother me to the point that I'm going to call in a code enforcement on it. So to me, it's part of being a good neighbor. And all I would say to my fellow citizens is, if you have an issue with what your neighbor has on his driveway, go talk to your neighbor. A lot of times there's a solution out there for it, and it doesn't have to be an expensive solution, but I don't think Galt is made to create problems out of this ordinance. And I would just appreciate city manager, TJ, all keeping it honest where it is actually answering a complaint from a customer or a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brosman.
Veronica Kaufman.
Good evening. I'm going to keep this brief since it seems like you guys get off on a lot of tangents and it's very late. I have been a resident of Galt for over 15 years. I want to start off by saying thank you, TJ, for enforcing this and for code enforcement and everything that you do. I think it's very important that as neighbors, we talk to each other if there is an issue. I also think that if you're moving into a community, it's very important that you look at the rules, you look at the codes, and you make a decision from there whether or not it's a community you want to live in. And this is not a code that I think that you should change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
Keith Jones.
Hello, Mayor, Farmer, council members. My name is Keith Jones. I reside at 948 Chisholm Trail. I've been a resident of Galt for 25 years. When I first moved here out of college, I had a boat, and I purchased my home with a side yard access so I would not keep it in front of my house to keep the neighborhood in a state of nice. So I knew the code, so I purchased a house with that. Move along a few years, I built a house. I built the house in mine with side yard access, so I don't have to keep my boats or trailers in front of the house. I strongly urge you, based on the findings of the survey, and thank you for the city for doing that survey, which strongly recommends we maintain the code as is. So I hope you will maintain the code as is. But a point to think about from another standpoint is, if you did decide to change the code, I would feel you would be unfairly subsidizing the people that want to park their stuff in front of their house because they get to be rent-free. What about the others that are paying for rent to store their stuff? Would you reimburse me because now I don't need to store my boat and I could put it in front of my house? So, just a different point of view. And I agree with the others that said, I appreciate it should be complaint-based. And I think it's always been that way in our neighborhood. And each neighborhood, to their own, is going to take up that challenge differently. And I appreciate, I've talked with TJ many times. I think that's a very fair way to handle it, make it complaint-based. But to the point that was already said, if you changed it, or to, is it nice, is it painted, is it not, is it small, is it large? Did we not just spend 4 months and 2 hours tonight really arguing over one word that was subjective? Could you imagine us being here every month arguing over subjective? We just can't do it. To our own lawyer's point, has to be clear. The clear is maintain the code. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
David Darchuk.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, because I can't always hear myself very good. Number of things. The graph, okay, I don't recall exactly where it was, but it showed the amount of cars, boats, or whatever that are parked illegally. Very small number. You had people that parked in RV storage, you had people that parked them behind fences, you had people that didn't have them, and a very small percentage of people that parked them illegally. Illegally, in my case, and I feel probably the majority of cases, are people that have 2 driveways, one of them being extended, giving me room to park a very large trailer or even a motorhome in it. I had an 8-foot trailer. Work trailer, not a travel trailer, a little work trailer. 8 foot long. You always refer to you're all about compliance. Compliance is done with a fine. Look at the amount of fines that are on that paper. Loan sharks don't get that kind of money. Hell yes, it's going to scare anybody when they get that thing. This needs to be changed. I've been here for 37 years. I bought my house 35 years ago. I don't know when this compliance was put in. The lady that walked out the door said everybody should know their compliance. I was hoping to be able to ask her if she'd read all the compliances when she purchased her home. I didn't. I don't think any of yous did. It can be changed. It's simple. You write it up. That thing says public nuisance. A trailer in a driveway is a public nuisance? Something that somebody has probably worked overtime for, a whole lot of shifts, to buy a boat or a trailer, and may not be able to afford to pay for private parking. But he bought a house with a big driveway so he could put it in there. That's what I did. I just sold my trailer, my travel trailer, at a loss because I knew this was coming, and this is ridiculous. Lodi doesn't have this. And you also speak about we only go out when we're called, and we don't go around looking for them. If you drive down the street, any street in Galt, you're going to see other vehicles, and that's when you write them up. Take down the address or whatever you do. Come on. I hate to correct you, sir, but I really don't hate to correct you. The vehicle that you spoke of that was a big diesel truck, that's my neighbor, lives half a block down from me. That truck we're speaking of fit very nicely in a double wide driveway he had back next to his house, totally out of sight of the street. You had to drive down, look in the cul-de-sac, and look back at his house just to see the front end of the vehicle. We're talking about fairness and honesty. The last time you put on a slideshow, you showed different houses that had different violations. Then you were asked the question, is that Galt? And you replied, no, not all of those. Yeah. That's not being very honest.
Mr. Jurczyk.
Well, I was here and you answered me.
TJ, under the Brown Act, please direct your comments to the legislative body,
speak to
the
us,
city
David.
council.
Look at
Okay,
us. Yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah.
I'll point at this gentleman and say, him. How's that? I apologize. There's some fairness that can be done here, and it's not brain surgery. The vehicle runs. Is there an appeal process in this? There's big fines behind it. Is there an appeal process? What, go to the code enforcement and say, hey, I disagree with you? I didn't see anywhere about an appeal process. The vehicle runs, the boat runs, the trailer runs. They're all licensed, they're all registered. They're clean, they're not full of cobwebs. No one's living in them. You have more, probably, I don't know offhand, you probably have more crime in these trailer parks that have the storage than you do the one sitting in your front yard. My little trailer sat in my driveway for years. The only thing that ever happened was somebody had come along and say, do you want to sell it?
I'm going to have to ask you to take a couple seconds to wrap up because your time's over.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Jurczyk, thank you. I just want to remind everybody too, during public comment, I know sometimes questions are directed. We're not actually allowed to really engage and answer questions, but what we can do is if a question is posed during public comment, we'll try to do our best to maybe have it addressed. So with that being said, Mr. Gadati, before we go to the next public comment, can you please elaborate? Do we have an appeal process for things like this?
We should.
And what is it? How does it work?
Process. So somebody gets a notice, it's normally 30 days before we even do anything again. The second notice will go out after that 30 days. Even that second notice, like, hey, we want to make sure you got the first notice. Please contact us. Let us know if there's an issue that you can't, get to a state of compliance at this point. We don't even start that process until we've even started to find, because we really the courtesy notices are our first step, you know, for that due process to say, hey, we want to take a look at what's going on your property. Our goal is always compliance. We don't really start the appeal process until even after a fine process starts. Even after the fines, they might contact us, and then that appeal process, come on in, what's going on? That's when we'll say, you know what, we'll get the location under compliance. Then based on your information, you sitting down with us, your heartfelt appeal, right? It's not an official appeal where it's gone, you know, to hearing. It's a one-on-one. It's maybe at a couple $100 in fines. I go to finance, we rescind it. We do that consistently on a consistent basis.
I would like to point that probably most people are not going to wait to get to a fine process. They're going to probably want to do something before that.
So the letter, the courtesy letter, all it does is it lists, it literally says our process is education, compliance, and then administrative fines, and it just lists the process. Like, this is where it is, this is how we get to the process. But we always end, our goal is to work with you. That's how we end every courtesy letter.
Okay.
Please contact us, our goal is to work with you.
All right, thanks for that information. Additional public comment?
Mary Valerga Hood.
She actually left. Next comment?
David Givens.
Good evening. Hopefully this phone doesn't die here. Frankly, I think we should actually all be embarrassed and upset by the way that this particular issue has been dealt with. Regardless if you want the laws to be changed or you want to keep them the way they are, I think we all can agree that the process should have integrity and it should encourage community involvement. So we came to you about 6 months ago expressing concern over the existing ordinances. We asked for some changes to be made, and allowing us to park boats and RVs and stuff in our driveway. You directed staff to look into the issue. Up to that point, I was actually pretty thankful. I lived in a small town where we can come here. You guys are all residents. We're all, it's a small group. Come here, talk about this, come to some sort of consensus, and make a decision, right? Whether I agree with the decision or not, make a decision. Then I got the survey. So first two questions asking about if you own boats, trailers, where you park them and all that. To me, it came across as discouraging to even answer this if you do own a boat or RV. It almost looked like you're compiling a list for future code enforcement action. Where do you park your boat? How many do you have? Okay, so I didn't like immediately when I opened this, I'm like, oh, this is what our survey is? Question 4 was a great question, actually. Ask what your primary concerns are. I thought that was great, right? What are our concerns? Because that's what needs to be addressed in any changed ordinances. And then question 5, which we've talked about several times here, in your opinion, the grass. I'm the one that started a petition to change this ordinance. I don't want nobody parking on their grass. I think that there should be common sense changes, but I don't think you should be able to do whatever. I mean, we have to uphold some sort of, aesthetics, right? Obviously, we're all going to disagree on what those aesthetics are, but there's got to be some sort of aesthetics. So that question alone, again, made me not even want to complete the survey. So the problem I'm having is that the survey, it's not a popular vote. Yet the results of that survey are being presented to you to make a decision, right? We heard the term the supermajority or whatever it was regarding how many people said that they were aligned with the current laws. Well, 67.37% of the 1,185 surveys completed. Well, that's roughly 800 people. So that's certainly not a supermajority of the city. And again, the survey is a great way to gather information. Public, what does the public want? What are your concerns? But to say a majority of people agree with or don't agree with, that's not the way to do it. It wasn't presented that way. It was never presented as hey, we're going to vote on whether or not you guys want to make changes, right? So to present that to you, to make your decision as fact, to me, is not proper. The primary concerns in question 4, aesthetics, property values, visibility, safety, blocking driveways, 3 of the 4 of those could be easily addressed in changing, in a changed ordinance, right? You can talk about the aesthetics, what specifically, maybe aesthetics is a little hard to define, but certainly registered, not in, general disrepair, missing major components. Those are easily codified, and a lot of cities have those in their non-operability ordinances, right? So it might be difficult. You might have to spend some time, but it can be done. And the last one, the property values, again, I said it several times. There's no link between property values and or no linked survey or anything like that where I can find where there's this link between property values and allowing it. In fact, if I would have came here a year ago and asked everybody in the room what cities around us allow it and which ones don't, nobody would have known, right? Because the reality is the ordinance is not effective. It's overreaching. So I think we should have an ordinance. I just don't think that it should be this broad, you can't park here. And let's not soften it with saying it's complaint-based, compliance-based. You're either saying it's illegal or you're not. How often it's enforced upon is really not relevant. You're telling me I can do it or you're telling me I can't. So I dismiss that. And lastly, let me just say, I don't feel like anybody in the city, I've actually spoke to the city manager, I spoke to several people from code enforcement. I don't think that any of this is done like with an ill intent or that they're trying to be malicious in any way. But I think that they failed to provide you with information for you to make an informed decision. And that...
If you could please just take a few seconds and wrap up.
Yes. So again, basically, we can easily make something that can be changed if it doesn't work out. There is nothing no permanent damage would come from making modifications. We can change it back later. It's easy. You guys do it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Hood.
Before you speak, Mr. Hood, I wanted to make a little bit of a statement just to clarify. I'll speak on behalf of staff, but I don't want to misdirect responsibility. I will let everybody know who's watching this meeting, though, that when this discussion started becoming a thing, we would get emails, as I stated before, we would get emails on the subject, people coming to city council meetings like you all have tonight, all different ways of contact. But I felt that the 50 or 60 people that I'd seen either between, all of them together was probably 50 or 60 people that I'm hearing from wasn't a good snapshot. It was the council, it was us that said, let's put the pause button on this thing for the moment and let's figure out a way to do more outreach in the community. I was one of the council members that asked, how can we do more outreach? The idea of the survey came up. It was it was inexpensive. It would help, whatever. We didn't have to do that. We did not have to do that. We don't need some survey to make a decision. Whatever decision I made tonight will not be based on that right there. I can tell you that right now. That was just simply so we could try to get more voices heard. We're trying to do more outreach. We're trying to whatever. Is it the best method? No, probably not the best. But other than just spending of $50,000 or $60,000 and put this on a ballot the next election and let everybody just vote for it, we could probably do that if we want to do it. But I think what we're trying to do is we're just trying to understand where people's heads are on this thing, and that's why we did that outreach. So I don't want anybody here to blame staff for that. If somebody wants to be mad about the survey, then you can send me an email about it, or you can call me up. People know where to find me. Go ahead, Mr. Hood, you can talk.
Thank you, Mayor Farmer, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And I have a feeling that if you did a Survey Monkey poll asking people if puppies are cute, people would probably attack the way you asked that question. I think it was a really good idea actually to do that, to get additional outreach. I think it was an excellent survey. It's not a scientific poll, but it certainly gives an indication of where the community stands on this. And also, one of the numbers about just the small number of people who do park on their driveway, so be it. If they're not reported by neighbors, the chances of them getting cited or tagged for that are probably pretty low. I do think the survey does clearly indicate the wishes of the community to keep the ordinance as is. I think it's pretty clear it is not broken. There is really nothing here that needs fixing. There's some comments that have been made about Lodi. Where's the other city? Maybe Folsom. I've read some comments that allow parking in driveways, but they omit, Elk Grove does not allow it. Rockland does not allow it. Roseville does not allow it. Let's see. Oh, at the kind of the gateway to the Delta in Lathrop, new city, thousands of new homes. They don't allow it there either. So, there's a good reason for it. And, I won't get into the, people have answered in the survey, some of their concerns about it. And as far as like what's a suitable trailer or boat, and what's in good condition, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I believe, when you come to interpreting, what's unsightly, and it kind of goes to the discretion point of enforcement. Discretion, police officers use discretion all the time because things are a little less black and white when you're dealing with law enforcement. But code enforcement, you see it as there or it's not there. You start here. Are we going to go into weeds? My front yard. There's some tall weeds. No, it's a natural garden. It's habitat for wildlife and pollinators. Not break it, it's a broken sidewalk. It's like, no, it's my property. I can leave that broken. Garbage cans out front. There's just things like that that the city needs to control. I mean, we have zoning codes for a reason. People just can't do whatever they want nilly-willy, unlike Houston, where you can have, I guess an auto body shop next door to a senior development. But I would just encourage you, just keep things the way they are. I know Mr. Jones does a great job of keeping his boat behind the gates. I check that daily to make sure he's following that, the ordinances on that. So I do appreciate him doing that. But again, thank you for the opportunity, and there's no need to fix something that's not broken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alonzo Treviso.
Good evening, council members. I'm right now in the market of looking for a travel trailer, but 26, 24 footer. And I'm just wondering, am I able to park in my backyard as a gate? Or is there something I'm not supposed to do? It's a question.
TJ, could you answer that question, please?
Yes, sir. So if RV access, right, the big thing we're going to look at, and this comes to planning and zoning, is as it's back there, does it meet a 3-foot egress? House to the unit itself and fence to the unit, safe access, safe travel, those are the things that we would look at. If it falls under that category and it's out of public view and it's behind the front setback, then 9 times out of 10 it's going to be in compliance. But we take a look at zoning and planning, and we've had a couple locations to where they had to move the fence at a location that was, they were able to do it and still be within code with the height of the fence and everything. So those are things that sometimes we'll even work with somebody, say in your current structure of the home, the way the fence is, you can't put it back there, but let's talk to planning, and plan say, yeah, TJ, they can move it out. They're still in compliance. They're still within planning and zoning. So we'll find a way to make it work if we can make it work.
So how many feet did you say I have to be away from my neighbor?
So
It's going down the side of my house.
3 feet is 3 feet is
3
standard.
feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's fire egress, fire code, fire egress, and that's
It's to allow firemen to,
Yeah.
if there was a fire, they could get around the perimeter of the house. That's the idea. behind it.
fire apparatus normally is about 3 feet, and that's kind of the general standard.
Yeah. And then I got a long driveway. It's about 2.5 car lengths. Now, would I be able to park it as far back? Or is there like a
Go ahead and just direct the
footage
questions.
from the sidewalk that I could be parked, or?
So,
What-
so technically, it's considered the front setback. So
Front,
the front
okay.
setback is like the front eave.
Okay.
Right? Front setback, normally an RV, if it's in the front setback, you're not gonna have enough room unless it's behind public view.
Yeah,
So that's
okay.
really kind of where it's at. You wouldn't have enough room to park it. It would still be on public view,
So,
in the driveway.
TJ, I appreciate you answering the question, but I can't, I got to end the dialogue back and forth. I allow you the first question answered, but you got to direct your questions to us, and then
I'm
I'll
sorry.
have, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just
know.
noticed that you directed
I know.
me to answer.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's right. Well, I directed him to answer the question, but
Yeah, okay.
typically
I'm
we
sorry.
can't get into back and forth. So, to answer your question, so that there's, what I would encourage you to do is you could definitely get TJ's card, and he could email you and all that stuff. And like I said, I think, under the current code where we're at right now, I think if someone like yourself who's looking for that can definitely, the short answer is yes, but there's certain little details, okay?
Yeah, it's just because I don't want to send it to a storage place because, like I said, being out in the sun, not being maintained, being in my house, it's going to be maintained, it's going to be taken care of, and it's going to be a lot cleaner and better stuff. So I don't want that extra cost of paying for storage or anything. I just want an RV so me and my wife can travel and go do some things, and just without that extra cost of paying storage. Because I got plenty of room in my backyard, but I just, the fence. Oh, sorry about that. The fencing and all that. Yeah. So okay. Those are my questions.
Yeah, you can just find TJ after the meeting and get some information. Or if you're not here long enough, you could reach out to code enforcement and you could ask for him and speak to him. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No more comments.
Okay. So I wanted to mention something. There really is this complaint-driven thing that we got going. In my opinion, there's so many pros and cons to it. Like the pros is, nobody wants the city to go around and just proactively start, not finding, but noticing everybody. Right? What I've heard for the people that are okay with the code, they want to keep it complaint-driven. The downside of that, I'm just playing devil's advocate too, is that I have had a lot of emails from people that are like, this one lady stands out to me in particular. She says, I live next to these people and they got this fifth wheel trailer in their driveway and I went by and I looked at it and just trying to understand. And they weren't noticed that as far as I know, because she said that she never wanted to call. She said, I don't want to create friction with my neighbor. I feel like if I said something, then it would cause weirdness, and they're good people, and I like them, and we get along well, so I don't want to say something. And that's just one snapshot. I get several emails that are like that, where people have called and said, thank you for now doing a better job with enforcing, because I don't want to have to, call on my neighbor. Well, clearly, if we're doing complaint driven, that's what we're doing. But it is like a catch-22, because we don't want to just go out and just, start citing everybody. On the other hand, I feel like it just doesn't make us like a small community where we can all be neighborly when we're basically saying to someone, it'd be like me telling the captain over there, I don't want you to give anybody tickets unless somebody calls in. I mean, it's like you're incentivizing to snitch on your neighbors, and that's just, I hate the thought of that, people doing that. It creates, and like Mr. King mentioned, Brian, I consider him a friend, and I would be I think there's a reason why it's an anonymous complaint, although it's frustrating, and I totally get on your case, because I've had something like that in the past before. You're like, well, who called or who did whatever, but I think there's some people that could really retaliate. And I'm saying that you would do that, but I think there's people that would do that. And I think that it's the city's duty to not disclose for that reason. I think that's a different thing with police, where you have, face your accuser. I think it's a different parameter with that. But I just want to touch on that subject, because I think there's a reason why that's in place. So anyways, the council, I'm going to tee up. Anybody want to start in on this conversation? I've been doing all the talking so far. Anybody want to start? Don't be shy now.
I'll start.
Okay.
So my decision is not based on just that survey. It's, survey's a piece of it. The survey actually kind of confirms what I've been hearing from people. There's three places, right? Out in the community where we talk to people. Online, people send us emails directly, and just so you understand, if you send me or you send us 6 of the same emails and 4 of them within 10 minutes, I'm going to count that as one. But we look at those things and we understand both sides of it. It's not going to be an easy decision, but that's what we ran for, was to make decisions. And I'm in favor of keeping it as is. I absolutely agree with what you're saying about, people have told me that they want us to actively go out there and go after it, but I agree with the city manager's decision to make it to continue it the way it is. And but the majority of folks that I've heard from. I didn't say the third. The third thing is what we hear from you here at these meetings. The meetings that we've had, it's been 50-50, maybe even more of the people who don't want it, or that do want it changed. But the emails that I've gotten definitely support and actually go further than what the survey says. That's a much higher percentage of folks that have sent me emails and talked to me and said they want to keep it the way it is and enforce it. Myself personally, I don't know that I would be that aggressive. I've said this before. I live along the railroad tracks. I'm not, I can look across the tracks and see trailers parked all along there. I'm not going to complain about that. But the majority of folks, and I'm representing the city, I feel, want to keep it as is. My view.
I have a couple questions for staff. That code does not address we allow them to say if they're going to go out on a trip, so they bring their trailer and it's parked in front of their house or driveway or on the street. They have 72 hours, correct?
Yeah, I always say each case is a case by case. We walk out to say, hey, I just got back from a trip. We're not going to slap them a notice. We really, I kind of wish sometimes people go, I think we do a great job of communicating with our community on a situation like that. Say, I brought it back. I've had people call me, yeah, that's fine. Just let us know. Again, we are always compliance driven. We really are. Regardless of maybe what you might hear sometimes, I believe we provide great customer service. In a situation like that, we're more than willing to work with somebody. Say, listen, it's going to be a couple of days. It's going to be gone. Can I call? I said, can I call you every time I leave? I said, if that's something you want to do for your own benefit, that's fine. I can note it just in case we get a call. Say your neighbor's they're moving it back to storage. So we really try to work with our community.
So that you deal with what's in their driveway, but PD would deal with, so they have 72 hours on the street. Is that like a California street code, or is that our specific code? Or?
Yeah, that's a California code. It's a muni code, I believe, also. Yeah. So but at the same time, we take the same approach. We're not proactively going out looking for people. We're complaint driven as well. And again, it's a notice for them to remove it. So that's it.
Okay, that's that big red.
Yeah, and if they, non-compliance will result in it being towed at some point. So
Okay. So then my other question, because I really, really wanted to, I really was contemplating this situation. I have concerns if we were to change it, because I have a feeling that people would, in order to save the monthly fees for storage, that they would figure out a way to have it in their front yard. And if we required it to be on concrete, that they would start extending their driveways. And so that takes away from street parking, because you're not supposed to park in front of a driveway, so that would be a concern. My other concern is, do we have a ordinance that limits how much concrete you can have in your front yard, or requires a certain amount of vegetation-ish type stuff in your front yard? Is there a percentage, or?
So yeah, technically it's a 50-50 split, vegetation to, a hardscape. Most properties, fall within that range. There was properties that were approved over the baseball streets during the drought where, it was, no pavement, no lawn, no live vegetation. It was more kind of a landscape type aspect, but normally it's supposed to be a 50-50 split.
For the hardscape, regardless of what the softscape is.
If it's 47-52, we're not saying you got to tear the cement out, right? We and in situations like that, we work with people.
Well,
and then we also, the one thing people always think is just code. It's planning and it's building, not for something like this, but we're constantly always talking to each other about, hey, get your eyes on this. Let me know if you're seeing the same thing I'm saying. We don't just work in a vacuum with each other. We're constantly we meet once a month, planning, building, fire, and myself. We're constantly looking at these issues that could blend to where we work together, to where we come up with the best solutions to create a great looking city.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Just overall, I think I've heard enough. I will say about the survey, I know it's not probably we probably could have paid a consultant to come in for $25,000 and tell us the proper question to ask or whatever, if that would have made people feel better. And not that I don't care about the questions, but where I actually spent most of my focus on where people were allowed to freely speak their mind. So they weren't confined to questions. And the major out of that, what was it, 186 or 187, the majority of them were to keep the code. I know that 1185 responses doesn't sound like a lot when we have 25,000 people. But I remember, when school districts were going out for bonds and when the city went out for Measure Q and hired a professional organization to go out and to actually get to survey, I think we got 500. And that's, of course, they're doing it a little more methodically because they're trying to get a different demographics to respond. But 1,100, almost 1,200 responses is phenomenal for our town. So I do think it does give us a good window to use, not the total view, but to use. So I am supportive of keeping it the way it is.
I was thinking, I think in the 7 years that I've been in office, I think the number one thing that I hear about is what I call small town problems. And it's not really like big, huge things that I feel like are just alarming. It's the small stuff, but people, because we're a small town, those little things are big things. And it's like, why is the park not mowed? I drove by the park and it looks like it hasn't been mowed. Or, there's the sidewalk over here, it's got weeds on it. When can we get Public Works to go take a weed eater, hit the weeds? Or, some of the bigger ones I think would be like, there's this guy over here, he's sleeping at the end of the railroad tracks, And so there's all these things that I think are small town problems that I hear complaints about. And also, there's an RV parked over here in the McDonald's parking lot. It looks like there's homeless people living in it. Can we get it taken care of? And it's usually there for maybe a night, maybe 2 nights, whatever. But regardless, but the point I make is what these things all have in common is they all show me that people care about what the community looks like. I mean, why would they care if there's a guy sleeping over on the sidewalk? It doesn't affect them, but they care because they probably don't want a guy in their town. They don't want a bunch of people sleeping around, and they don't want homeless people sleeping in RVs parked over at McDonald's. They care about that. It's not that, they don't own McDonald's. Why would they care? They care because they care about the community than what it looks like. They care about what the community looks like. When we started the litter abatement program, I have had so many people that come and say, thank you for doing that. It's a huge difference, and it makes a huge difference in the community. It's those little things like that make a difference. I think that codes like this do exist. And I own trailers myself. I own a cargo trailer, a small utility trailer, a car trailer, and I own an RV, none of which are parked in my house. But I get why codes exist because there has to be some semblance of trying to some kind of control. Is there small tweaks and things that could be made? I mean, maybe. I think that some of those changes, though, some of the changes that would really suffice a lot of the people that are the most upset would be difficult changes to try to codify because of the variances like Mr. Jones mentioned earlier, where we argue about what's nice or what's executive. I mean, you can sit there and go round and round about this, and I think am concerned a little bit about if we just did away with the ordinance, like what would that mean? Would we just start seeing an explosion of people just doing whatever they want? I literally have a couple people that call me on a regular basis about a particular home in their neighborhood that they're very upset about. They claim it's a public nuisance and whatever, and code enforcement has been dealing with that forever. And honestly, I drive by there sometimes and I could barely even tell. Unless I knew the address, it wouldn't stand out to me. But they complain about it. And so people do care about their neighborhoods. And I'm not saying that a trailer that, anybody owns, the trailer that Mr. King owns, I'm familiar with this trailer. It's a nice trailer. Some other people that are mentioning, their things, gentleman who didn't speak tonight, but he's spoken in the past. He's got a nice trailer. He keeps a nice cover on it and all that. And I don't doubt that it's nice at all. But I think the problem is that in order for the 10 people that are emailing me saying, why aren't you guys doing your job? I'm a taxpayer, and you need to be doing a better job of keeping our town looking nice and enforcing the code that's there. In order for us to do that job and get rid of that crummy trailer that is a total eyesore, or to go take care of that RV that's parked over here that's got a homeless person living in it, unfortunately, there's collateral damage with that, and that's going to the guy who's got the nice trailer and saying, hey, if we're going to enforce this guy, we can't enforce yours, because it comes down to that subjectivity. What's nice and what's not. I drive a vehicle that in some opinions, I have a vehicle that I drive on a regular basis. People would look and go, what the heck, and they would think that it's ugly or whatever, and it's probably worth a lot more than most people's vehicle they drive. But it's not everybody's thing. Everybody has different tastes. So what's nice to one person is not nice to the other, and that is the legal difficulty with trying to tweak something. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of trying to look at certain things. I think for me, the gray area is the small trailer. You have the little trailer, right? The one that's not bigger than a vehicle. A small utility trailer, maybe it's it's got little sides, maybe this tall, and it's maybe a 6-foot trailer or whatever. I mean, obviously it's not practical for someone to pay to go store that somewhere. It's just not. So, I mean, I would say if it's not, it's not big, it's not blocking someone's view, it's pulled up in the garage the driveway pretty far, it's not whatever, so it doesn't check any of those boxes, what would be the problem with that? But on the flip side of that, I would say, if it's that small, why can't you keep it in the garage? Or, if we let you keep that, then the guy who has the dumpy trailer, who thinks it's the greatest trailer in the world, but to me it looks like a total eyesore, we can't do anything about that guy. And so there's the problem. We get into this, how do we selectively enforce? And then people feel like they're getting picked on. Oh, this guy's just picking on me. The code enforcement's picking on me because they think my trailer's not nice, but I think it's very nice. And so that guy then starts showing up to council meetings, and he's upset because he's being selectively enforced when his neighbor down the street, who's got a brand new trailer, isn't getting a citation. So, I mean, that's what we would be dealing with. So it's a tricky subject. It's very tricky. I was not looking forward to this meeting tonight. I know people are very vocal and on both sides, but I don't know. I mean, does anybody have any thoughts with any tweaks they think that would even be viable, or are we just kind of standing pat on this thing, or what? Vice Mayor, you got a chance to speak?
Yes. The same thing, everybody's attention, most likely this is small town, we want to keep the city clean. And there is a few people, few residents, they abuse the system. And there is the same thing Mayor said, there is some very clean trailer. And there is some, even the size, less than a regular vehicle. And I know that the problem is it's very hard to distinguish when you're changing the current code. Yes, it keep the city clean. If somebody not follow the rule, the code enforcement have the authority to go over there. Same thing, my concern is hard to make a decision, but sometimes it's very hard when you changing the code to make a differential. Some people, even some small RV, it may be less than a full-size pickup somebody left up. It's a less height. But when RV is RV. But certainly, I believe today, code enforcement and city manager, they said it's good, sometimes it's code enforcement a good judgment call. And especially, I'm agree with them. I know I heard some people, they said the code enforcement have a time, so they're going out there, and I don't think so. I believe them. They go out there, they just put a violation themselves. And a good judgment call. And I think even look at the survey, the majority of the people, they want to keep the same code. Even 25% will say no, but I still with these people. These are also a Galt citizen. Okay. And I'm a sympathetic with them. If somebody bought the trailer and they from last 10 years, they park in front of their house for 15 years, but now it get violated because your neighbor complained. So, this city need to be clean, have to keep this code, it is same code I like to, but also I have a concern if the council member can find something, if this kind of vehicle is not any damage to the neighbors, if we keep something, otherwise I will support that same code. It's from last, how many, 20, 30 years.
So I think I'm the only one that hasn't talked yet
Yeah.
about it.
What's going
on
on
with
with the AC, by the way?
Yeah.
We were all wondering the same thing.
I'm wondering if it turns off at like 8:30. And I'm not gonna say, anything different than anybody else. Everybody else has made all of my points already, and so I'm just gonna get straight to the point. I'm gonna make a motion to leave the code the way that it is and move forward.
I was just gonna say before you said something, but then you said I haven't spoken yet, so I don't want to cut you off. The status quo is the code's in place. That's the direction of the council. So really, a motion needs to be made if you want to take different action or give different direction. If you just want to leave the status quo, there's not any motion that's
Well, as
necessary.
part of our recommendation, we did recommend a 90-day or 3-month grace period for people to find a different place for their RV. So we would like to throw that on the table too for council consideration.
And regarding to this, I'm certainly, if somebody bought a new trailer, so they're gonna find out to be some time to storage. They can find something to this. So we should be, consider something, they have to have some kind of grace period to do that. I don't know, 90-day, whatever, but if sometime everybody have an emergency. Especially code enforcement know the whole city, which trailer, which RV is sitting down there for a month and which.
This,
So that's-
this 90-day or whatever, this time period is just for those who have already been contacted, or is this going to be set for as soon as someone gets contacted from here on out?
Well, it's a good question. I think the intent was we would just not be citing new cases nor pursuing the existing cases that we had.
It's basically a suspension
Yeah.
of the code enforcement process. If somebody has received a notice, there will be no actions for 90 days. If somebody hasn't received a notice, they wouldn't receive a notice until potentially after 90 days. So it just suspends any code enforcement activities for that code section.
Related to this item.
I don't know how everybody else feels, but I feel like people who have already been notified should be notified about this decision.
Okay.
So they have their 90 days. I don't know, because they may not be following it, they may, but probably are.
We could do that. I think we could, and that's a really good point. So for those that have been cited, they can be notified that they have a 90-day grace period, but after that, we'll re-engage with the process.
Can you make your motion do that?
Well, hold up.
My motion wasn't a legal motion anyway.
I am
apparently, because
I am
leaving it the way
concerned a
that it
little. I
is-
do feel like people should get. I mean, I'm not opposed to a grace period because I feel like people need to figure out what they're going to do. Like if they're like, where am I going to put my stuff? Find a place to put it, or if they're going to like the gentleman is looking to buy a trailer, he's like, okay, I'm going to, put a gate in so I can move it back there, whatever, right? People different options. But I also am concerned about the community just going to hell in a handbag in the next 90 days. And then you get a notice, and the notice process, once the first notice, and second notice, third notice, that probably takes 3 or 4 or 5 months just for that process to go. So really, you're giving these guys like 8, 9 months. I mean, to be honest with you.
There is
So I
validity to
just,
that.
I just,
Maybe
I
that's
think
a
people
little
might, I just worry about people playing the system going, oh, great, I got 90 days, and then they can notice me, but then they'll buy me another 30, and then I could, when TJ's already, pretty much said, and I know specific cases, I already have heard from these people that he has really went out and said, I'll give you some more time because you're doing whatever, and he's used his discretion and given people more time.
Yeah, that's why I'm just concerned. I don't I think we can continue. The ordinance is here, and it has been here. So in my opinion, anyone who has not been notified yet, notify them.
But I think too, I think there needs to be something coupled with that too, though, because I think whether it's whatever grace period we do, if it's 60 days, 90 days, whatever, that you can do that, and you're still going to have people come back you're still going to have TJ going out there in 3 months from now, noticing somebody. If somebody calls and says, my neighbor's got a trailer, blah, 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 TJ goes out there, he shows up, and then they're going to go,
Then they give him
oh, well, I didn't know about that. When did that happen? And they're going to act like they didn't know. So that grace period didn't mean nothing to that person.
And
But
they're
he
gonna
already
give them
works
30
with them.
days, and then they're gonna give them 30 days
So
to fix it.
so I feel like it needs to be coupled with education. I mean, I know that sounds stupid because people can say, well, we've had it for 30 days, 30 years.
It's probably impossible for us to go again and scour the city and then provide everybody a notice of a 60, 90-day moratorium. I think we just have to, whatever time period or none, whatever you decide, those who miss it, they miss it. I mean, if someone gets a complaint in 90 days and we pursue them and they complain, well, I didn't get my 90-day grace period.
So just
But they
again,
did
trying
get their grace
to
period.
trying to be devil's advocate here, for some people, and I actually do genuinely 100% believe that regardless of that survey or anything else, based on the input that I've gotten personally, just through whatever, that a majority, and it's not like a 49-51 majority, do want the code to stay in place. But with that said, I want to ask Mr. Spandario, any tweaking of any sort, what would be, in your opinion legally, is there any part of the code that could be tweaked at all regarding any little, that you heard from Mr. Givens, I think it was, you've heard from Mr. Darchek, there were some other people that, and Mr. King, they're like, is there anything where small, I feel like all the people that spoke about those things, these weren't people with RVs and big vehicles, these were little things. So I'm trying to figure out how would anything be like that possible?
You could potentially, I'm afraid, well.
Is there no legal verbiage we could use that would have teeth in it for?
It sounds like you're talking about for smaller, cargo trailers, utility trailers. You could look at, I wouldn't say.
Like, for example, let's just give you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And I'm not making a motion for this, I'm just giving a hypothetical, okay? We say if a trailer is under 10 feet and it's not higher than 5 feet or something like that, like a small trailer, it's very, and it has to have, it has to be registered or current. It can't have a bunch of debris on it, et cetera, et cetera. Is there parameters like that we can?
Yeah, you could exclude exempt cargo trailers if they meet certain size requirements.
But that doesn't help you with your aesthetics. Because
no,
maybe
that would be
it's all-
that would have to come back to council for a separate discussion. I'm just saying if you wanted to, you could look at a carve out for cargo utility trailers of a certain size, but the council has to get over the threshold question as to whether it wants that at all, because it's you still have to decide whether that's something you want in the front yard or not. But
yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. I also struggle with if you got a small trailer like that, a little
right.
one. You could put it in your. I don't know. I could probably put mine in my garage if I had to do it, but I don't know.
But I was talking about leave the code as is, and staff already know what we're discussing. They can make a final good faith decision when they're going to violation. So council attention is the really small, if somebody small trailer, they want to give some kind of, instead of we were putting on a.
I don't know if this would be pointless or not, but I was almost thinking, to maybe make a motion where we leave it in place, but we direct the code enforcement staff to come and work with Frank to come back with some kind of, if there is any language possible, what would the pros and cons, what would that look like? And then we can say, yeah, you know what, and maybe just present it to the council, just through an email form or whatever. And then if any of us feel like it's like, well, I really like that, then that council member could bring it up and say, I want to agendize that for discussion, and we can make it official. But otherwise, we're just asking for information back of what something like that would look like. Is there any other city around us or anything that has what we have but they carve out certain things, and how do they do it, and does it work, and does it not work? I'm just curious, and give you guys ample time to do that. I just want to explore every option for people that are, for those people with the
So
small
is it
stuff.
possible to, this the quality of life group to review?
We could do that we could do that. But like I said, I want to see all the legal nuances. I don't know how,
Yeah.
if we did it, how could we do it? What would that carve out be? Because I want to look at it and go,
Yeah.
you know what?
So
We could do that, but that's not going to suffice. That's not going to help Mr. King or this guy.
Yeah.
So what would be the point of doing that?
Right.
Because their trailers, you know what I'm saying? I'm just looking
Yeah,
at.
so that's something we could put together in the next month or two and get together as quality of life. You can review it with the council 2 by 2, or 2 members that are there, and then determine whether you want to bring that forward, if the council is okay with that approach.
How do you guys feel about that? I know we don't have a motion on the floor yet. You were going to make one, but you
I
didn't.
was, but Frank said I couldn't.
So, I mean, how do we feel about that? I know it might just be for naught, but I feel like
I feel
I'm
like
all
we've
for trying to
dragged
leave
this
every stone
out
unturned.
So much.
It's just.
I am not in favor of that.
Okay.
I think we just need to move forward, and I'm okay with the 90 I'll make a motion. Or do you want to make?
What?
Do you want to make a motion?
No, I can't make my motion.
You're-
So somebody else is going to have to make
Why?
it.
Why not?
Because my motion is leave it exactly the way that it is, but Frank said I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't?
Do we
That's not
need to-
necessary because that's already the city council ordinance. But
So
if
do we
you-
make a motion or just give staff direction
If
about
you
the
want,
90
but if you
days?
want to do the 90-day thing, you should do a motion to that effect.
Oh, yes,
Because that's
that.
different.
Okay, well, let me propose, I'll propose a motion. If you want to do something different, you're welcome to. I would like to make a motion that we do a 60-day. Because I already think that TJ has a discretion to work with people and give them some extra time, and he does that on a regular basis. I would do 60-day, and also the direction that staff come back to the Quality of Life Ad Hoc Committee with some options of dealing with smaller vehicles and how we would do that, if that's even a possibility, and maybe give them, say, 90 days to do that.
To
Roughly.
clarify, we're talking about clock starts 90 days now, or 60 days now.
60 days now, 60 days
But
from
it doesn't
tomorrow.
start an
No,
extra
60 days for tomorrow, and then we'll have staff come back with some recommendations of if there's any plausible, whatever, and then we can, as a council, can decide if any of us want to agendize it. Paul and I are on the ad hoc, we can bring it back and we can report back to the council, and then somebody can decide, thank you for that, but it sounds like pointless, or yes, I like that, let's agendize that and have a real discussion about it again.
Okay, great.
That's my motion. I mean,
I'll
you guys
second
could.
that.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask the attorney a question then about that? Why would we move, I mean, is it okay to move forward with this and have them start the 60-day process if possibly in 90 days we're going to change it?
Yeah.
Because they could be finding, or they could be starting the process
Yeah.
with someone with a small trailer and then go through that work.
Yeah, but there's
and
no
then-
vested right. I mean, it's probably going to be a small percentage if that was the case, but there's no vested right to, the city's basically just exercising its prosecutorial discretion not to do it right now. If it changes the ordinance, if and when, that's going to take some time. It's going to require 2 readings. There's a 30-day moratorium before that can go into effect. So I would just say, yes, both can happen.
I think it's important, I'm sorry I didn't mention it, but I think it's important that we at least make a decent effort with probably social media from the city, and maybe something with the Galt Connect newsletter that goes out, which already goes out, but we need to be like, that says, hey, there's a 60-day whatever, and that we're going to be, code enforcement will resume normally under our
That
code.
part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like there has to be an education piece, because I don't want people that didn't see this meeting, whatever, to not know. I know. And if the outside of that, they don't know, and they say, well, I didn't see Galt Connect, I didn't see them, whatever, well, then it is. But at least we took a stab at trying to inform these people. I don't know.
So I seconded something, and then we got more. So where are we at?
Yeah.
Okay,
can
60
we have it
days.
narrowed down?
60 days. 60 days starting tomorrow. Staff direction to come back with some options for smaller utility trailer stuff like that, and then directing staff to use the methods that we already have in place. Nothing new, but Galt Connect, our social media pages that are currently operational, those kinds of things to inform people of the 60-day deadline.
And that's coming back to the Quality of Life Committee, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'll leave my second on the floor.
Okay.
With all that.
Anybody want to say anything else? Alter a motion? Want to change it?
Support it.
Because if anyone wants to alter a motion, yours will get voted on first, just giving you a chance. All right, can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Pratton.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Mayor Farmer.
Yes. All right, passes 3-2. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. Just making sure I wasn't listening when Paul said something. All right. Now that we've had a marathon meeting, which we expected. All right. Is there anything else on here? Communication this evening.
None.
First of all, I want to just say thank you for all the people that did stay all the evening and made public comment. Regardless of whether you're happy with the outcome of what we came up with, we do very much care about everybody's comments tonight. And it's important to hear from as many people, so thank you. All right. Comments by staff. Mr. Reyes?
Parks and Rec Director Armando Solis.
Reluctantly, yes. I just want to remind you of some things that are going on with Parks and Rec. Our basketball registrations are now open for those who want to register. Trying to inform our city council. Concert on C Street is this Friday. If you guys haven't seen the posters yet, we'll be having things at Papa's and Wings, across the street at Ink House and at Banner Bank. We'll also have a car show at the market on 9/27, and Circus Allegro will be here from 9/26 to 9/29.
That's okay. No further comments.
All right. Going to item K, comments by council members, future agenda items. Mr. Pratton?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Nothing tonight.
Mr. Reed?
Nothing.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Nothing.
All right. I just have one item. I'll make it short. I would like staff, planning staff specifically, to come back to me and let me, if you could let us know with an email or something, what projects that we have in queue right now that are subject to come forward to the Planning Commission for design review of anything? Do we have anything that hasn't already come through that's in queue right now in the pipeline that say within the next 3 or 4 months? Anything come to mind at all? Which projects?
Yes, you'll have the Sheffield subdivision, and you'll also have Galt Ranch.
That's Galt Ranch is the notch?
The Simmerhorn commercial
Okay.
development.
And then what's the Sheffield? What's that one?
Sheffield is, oh man, it's along 99. It is, I want to say 65 units, but I'll have to double check and get back to you.
Years and, yeah.
It's a smaller residential subdivision.
Because what I asked for this real quick, and I don't want to belabor this because we all want to go home, just real quick. We've talked about this till like we've all been blue in the face. Everybody,
100%. I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going?
I know where you're going.
I literally
So
want,
objective design
I want a
standards.
hard date on when we're going to start workshops for this.
So what we'll have for Sheffield, though, is it'll be in a tentative stage. If we don't have objective design criteria, we can condition a project with objective design criteria in it and avoid the weasel words like executive and the other stuff.
I mean,
that
I
were
just got
objective.
planning commissioners
So,
asking me, I got council
100%.
members.
Totally
I mean, is there a
understand.
consensus that we need that to start ASAP?
Yeah.
Like
And
as soon
then
as
Galt
possible?
Ranch, the commercial project, they already have design standards and they're under a different.
Because it's going to take a while, right? The process will take a while. I just want to get it started.
Yeah,
And
you
I
got
think I just wanted to formally say that out loud, not just for you and I talking, Chris, but we need to get that started.
Understood.
Please.
Where is the Sheffield? Which one is
All
it?
right.
It's the one by Ayers.
Yeah, it's
North
off of East Stockton Boulevard on obviously the east side of town. South of Walnut, right? Is it south of Walnut?
Well, there's two over there. There's the one that's
Yeah,
south of
so
Walnut,
do you
then
know
there's
where
the one up by
Guthridge's
Ayers.
last subdivision was? It's just south of there.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
There's an L-shaped lot.
Yeah.
All right.
He's
Well, with
making
that, I'm
good
going
use of an
to
infill lot.
adjourn the meeting at 10:21.
Good time.